Salamun alaikum. Welcome to Makkah Part 7, Finding the True Makkah. Before I begin this presentation, I just want to lay some ground rules and make it adamantly clear that I'm not asking anyone or telling anyone to travel anywhere by any means. If you listen to the end of this presentation, to this video, you'll find out exactly why. I also want to make sure to highlight that I'm not personally part of any specific community, and that includes any labels attached to any video, anything I've ever put online, such as North Polars or any kind of derogatory term in bad faith. I do ask that if you are interested in pursuing the truth, to please focus and listen carefully, because we're all here to learn, no matter what we get right or what we get wrong. There is a lot of information that I've painstakingly attempted to put in one video, so bear with me. I'm not responsible for leading any community whatsoever. I don't ask anybody to take my word for anything, but to do their own thinking and their own research. This is merely an opinion from a human being, such as yourself. And that can change and grow with more information. I am just a human at the end of the day. This video is like my personal archive of my current research, trying to get as much as I can from this topic, using the Qur'ana as my guidance. I've actually thought of no longer sharing any of my findings because people tend to twist my words and spread all kinds of falsehood with regards to that. But I concluded that in the end, I understand that there are always people that can benefit, and perhaps this is part of the story of who we are, what is our origins, and what is our future. So I hope that you join me on this journey, and we can see what this might lead to something interesting. I've named the end of the worlds specifically because, as you'll see by the end of the presentation, the word end has a dual meaning in English. It can mean end in time, which, if you've been following this channel, you can definitely feel or sense something in the ether, something is coming. There is some kind of a eclipsing of our society. In the same light, end can also mean a physical end in space. And this is the majority of the presentation, what it's devoted to, is the ends of the earth, the end of the worlds, as it were. So without further ado, let's get into it. So I thought a good place to start would be the earth, which in Arabic is ard. And interestingly, of the something like 400 times or more that this word is mentioned, it uses the definite article in Arabic, the, al-ard. And very early on in the channel, around 9 months ago, I made a video trying to figure out why there is this diacritical mark marking a sound change at the end of the word ard. So for example, the top list there are all of the cases where you see the word al-ardi, the second list al-ardu, and the third one al-arda. By comparing where it's used and how it's used, I kind of mustered that this is a proof the diacritic marks are actually authentic, proven from the Qur'an, They were not added in there for non-Arab speakers. They've been there since the beginning, and this is what was transcribed onto every copy of the Qur'an in Arabic that we have today. So you can see that many times the word ardi uses the word corruption, fasad, but you don't see the same thing for al-ardu or al-arda. Interestingly, al-arda is associated with a lot of things that you would find positive. Muqaddasa, sacred. Kursi, the seat. Furnished, the cradle, mahd. Dwelling in the arda. Dahaha. Whereas ardu, you'll find all kinds of things regarding what you would call the last day. And interestingly enough, it does come in between al-ardi and al-ta, given that in Surah 23, Ayah 71, you see the word for corrupted in there. A lot of associations with the earth weeping, convulsing, leveling, quaking, a resting place, earthquake. So this gives an imagery of the end of all time and space as we know it. This is why I contrast them with the time periods known as the Ula, the Dunya, and the Akhirah. We often hear today that the Dunya is the opposite of the Akhirah. I'm going to talk about this, insha'Allah, in part 8. When we go over the timeline. But actually, Al-Akhirah throughout the Qur'an is contrasted many times with Ula. And it becomes obvious why, because the Ula denotes something that came first. And the Akhirah means something that is the ultimate, the end all be all. Dunya, however, is a period of time. You can call it the last day, the hour. This time period is what the Qur'an is primarily concerned with as the test for the jinn and the ins. And that's why it has the name Dunya, Adna, something near in time. So, you can look at all of the references on this slide for more information regarding that. It's also in my video regarding grammatical distribution in the Qur'an. So with that being said, we have one ard. And as I mentioned before, al-ard, in whatever grammatical sense, with a dhamma, kasra, fatha, this denotes something that belongs exclusively to Allah from the creation. As if everything else doesn't, but these exclusively belong to Him. Which is why you can substitute the formula al-ard as ard Allah. When there's no definite article, we see the same endings, and this is only a handful of times that this is used. But interestingly enough, what happens is we see possessive pronouns by characters in the Qur'an that are malicious. So for example, Fir'aun describes the earth as our earth, as do the disbelievers. Ardina. Ardikum, your earth. Okay? However, Allah says Ardiyi. We also see Ardillah, the earth of Allah, where the naqa of Salih eats from. Then we have Ardullah, that's described as spacious. This is in the dunya. We see Ardahum, Bani Israel, Ardan. So you get the impression that we have this 6 days of former life, which establishes the history and paradigm for the dunya. The dunya is basically a summary of all of the history and future events in the Qur'an. And it comes right before al-akhirah. So when you look inside the Qur'an, particularly in Surah 53, ayahs 18 to 20, it talks about how the messenger in the Qur'an saw the greatest of signs of his Lord. Ayati Rabbihi al-Kubra. Then it talks right again about Allat and Al-Uzza. Then the very last ayah, it says, and Manat, Athalitha al-Ukhra. The third, the other. You get the sense that there is a paradigm that we'll talk about. I did hint about that in part 6 regarding Bakka al-Aqsa. But you can see that video for more information regarding that. That essentially we have this pattern of 3 throughout the entirety of the creation, where a pair creates a middle from that pair that creates a third. The third party, as it were, appears to always occupy the middle region of time or space within the creation. So, in essence, you can see Allat and Al-Uzza paired together as opposites. Manat, interestingly enough, in this graphic, I think it came from some kind of a game or something. There happens to be a cube or something like that in the center of a plane. And 2 circular planes on either side, forming what looks like the shape of an hourglass. So it's just something to think about. The earth in the cosmology of the Qur'an has almost the opposite function and appearance and dimensions that the heavens do. The heavens is a Christian biblical terminology for what in Arabic is called the firmament. And the reason why I prefer this word is because heaven is often misconstrued with the final abode of the believers, which would be Jannah. However, the word in Arabic for heaven, or the heavens, or the firmament, would be as-sama'. Interestingly enough, that the word contains itself the word for water, ma', within it. And the letter sin in Arabic grammar denotes a verb in future tense. So we can see that this is just a handful of how many times this word is used. I can't go through every single one. But just to give you a brief summary, the firmament is a barrier of sorts. It has a limit. And one of the first things you see, at least in this list, is that it is beautified. Specifically the sama of the dunya, just like the hayat of the dunya is beautified, with lamps, and they are made as missiles for the shayateen that try to ascend this heavenly abode. Now this is talking about the one sama that in the next slide is divided into 7 regions. It's filled with watchers. It is cleft. The firmament will be conquered. The word here is futihat. This is the same word used for Ya'juj and Ma'juj in the Qur'an. Opening is related to the similar word in the same root, which is futtihat, a shadda on the ta. Like for example, Allah uses the title Al-Fattah with a shadda as the opener. This is quite different than what usually is translated for the word Al-Fatiha, but Allah makes sure to call it Abwaban. فَكَانَتْ أَبْوَابًا, gateways, portals, doorways, whatever word you want to use there. The firmament will be stripped away, it will break apart, split asunder. It contains what are called the buruj. They translate this to constellations often, but throughout the Qur'an elsewhere, the word burj is understood to be towers, things of lofty construction. The sama itself is constructed as a solid structure. It's not just a vacuum of space. And, importantly, it was raised. And towards the sama, how it was rufi'at. Okay? The importance of this, why it's raised, is because at one point, Allah says that the sama, samawat, and the ard were of one stitching, conjoined, and they were separated. Allah talks about the sama along with the tariq, a piercing star, a star of the piercing. The sama contains dhata raj'i', raj'i', the returning. All of this has eschatological value. So you can imagine a sphere. This is usually what we're told about the earth. And interestingly enough, they call this a celestial sphere. This diagram here is from mainstream scientific understandings of astronomy. A celestial sphere is an apparent sphere, as they say, of the stars and the planets and the heavenly bodies. So, Allah says, 7. هو الذي خلق لكم ما في الأرض جميعا ثم إلى السماء فسواهن. Notice that the heavens are plural, but feminine. سبع سماوات. So the sama was proportioned into 7 samawat, the plural of heaven or firmament. All of this knowledge is underappreciated because there is no way for us to verify any of this information without revelation, without this book. The sama is compared to the names of the angels. That's why the word sama is from the same root as samiyan, naming, titling, musamman, appointing, tasmiyatah, the names, ism, name, when you say Bismillah, by Allah's title, His name. So the names are taught by Allah to Adam, of the angels, of the malaika. So this is the salient point here that Allah says, أن السماوات والأرض كانتا رتقا. They describe this as a joint entity in the translation. ففتقناهما وجعلنا من الماء كل شيء. It's almost as if the raising and the proportioning of these heavens during the creation of the heavens and the earth resulted in this relationship between what's above and what we're living on. Allah describes and compares the creation of mankind to the creation of the samawat. That gives us this paradigm that we are made in an analogous way to the creation, the human body. Ayat are within them and the earth, so within the heavens and the earth. The unseen of the firmaments and the earth, so the unseen encompasses all of that. An angel within the firmaments. The heavens, the 7 samawat above are widely understood to be the abode of angels. It cannot be passed without authority. They were created within 6 days. They're inherited. They have depositories. All the references are there in the Qur'an. The 7 firmaments are analogous to human forms. And this one is very key. From the earth is the representation of the 7 firmaments. Allahu alladhi khalaqa sab'a samawatin wa min al-ardi mithlahunna. Their representation of them from the earth. You're going to see why this is so profound, because that number 7 applies to the earth as well. Allah created the 7 firmaments layered. This is another interesting piece of information. It says here how Allah created سَبْعَ سَمَاوَاتٍ طِبَاقًا, okay, and made the moon within them a light. Layers. Then you have an interesting piece of information that often gets overlooked, which is as-samawat as-sib', not sab'a samawat, as is usually the case throughout the Qur'an. And this is mentioned in Surah 17, ayah 44. تُسَبِّحُ لَهُ السَّمَاوَاتُ السَّبْعُ وَالْأَرْضُ. This word implies that the number 7 encompasses the concept of sab'a samawat. So it's like what you're going to see later in the presentation. We're used to thinking that heavens above, the higher planes above, the celestial realm above, but the same, because it has to form a sphere. Otherwise, people will just go underneath to figure out what's on the other side of these layered bodies, heavenly bodies. So the same thing continues underground as well. And this is part of the understanding of the representation of them made from the earth. Then we have the trees, and we're used to seeing trees as being the trees we see every day around us. However, Allah doesn't waste any time with ink regarding all of the signs of the unseen. We see that the trees are from a water, from the firmament, the sama, that encompasses all 7 divisions of it. The bees inspired to take from the trees. The trees are contrasted with the living creatures, the web, the trees of the gardens of beauty. These trees in particular could not be grown except by Allah. That doesn't sound like the trees we're used to. They're very large, they're very impressive. They're something of a sign that nobody can dispute. What you would call in Arabic, hujjah. The trees of the akhdar, relating to the color green. The star and the trees are subjected in what is called sujood. So there is this pairing between trees and the star, just like there's a pairing between samawat wal ard. An-najm wa shajar. So in the Quran, the word trees in plural is shajar, and singular would be shajara. This one is very important to understand. In Surah Ibrahim, Allah sets forth an example. Now remember, Allah's examples are talking about reality. Allah doesn't make up hypotheticals as examples. He sees everything. He knows everything. So He is giving you an example, the most supreme example you could possibly know from His perspective. Kalimatan tayyibatan. A healthy word, like a healthy tree. Her origin, her root, firm, and her branches within the firmament. Now remember, the firmament encompasses the 7. Those are just layers of the one that they came from, because there was one and they made them 7. Far'uha is the only other word in the Quran related to the word Fir'aun, the one who aspired to ascend the heavens, the firmament. This alone tells you this tree is unlike any other. Its branches are within the sama. Full stop. This is not a generalization or a hypothetical or metaphorical nonsense. the metaphor is based on reality, like anyone would make a metaphor based on reality. From Allah's perspective, it's only the most majestic example. A bad word is like a bad tree, uprooted, not stable. That's talking about another one. An olive tree that is blessed lights up a planet, Kawkab. It does not belong to the east or the west. A tree is compared to the 7 seas. There's the number 7 again. Why would the number 7 come up again with regards to seas when you know for a fact the heavens are related to water in opposition to the earth, related to land, solid. That's why you need a firmament to hold back the water. And the gates are the things that open and close. The tree of Zaqqum issues from the root of hellfire. The word asl, related to salah. So all of this is interesting because from the Qur'an, you see that there are actually 2 different types of trees that we know of. And what we see is the word in Arabic today for wood is khashab. I think this is used at least once in the Quran, in Surah Al-Munafiqun. And interestingly, the word for hardwood today is khashab sulb. This is the word used in the Quran from the root for crucifixion. When Fir'aun, in 3 occasions in the Quran, threatens to crucify or hang or impale, whatever the word actually refers to, all of them. And this is actually done on what is called a nakhl. So they translate this as palm trees, okay? But he says, in the trunks of the nakhl. So you gotta imagine how high these trees are, because nakhl, I showed I think it was in one of the other parts of the Makkah series, I'm not sure which one. Palm trees does not fit the bill because palm trees are not actually part of the tree family. They're a type of grass. And this type of tree, its wood is that hard to support. I mean, it would be very large in and of itself, but it's talking about something akin to the spine. Your spine is called sulb. The creation itself has a spine, axis, backbone that holds up the creation, the heavens and the earth. Its roots reaching down below the earth. And that's why the other word, softwood, khashab layyin. Layyin is referred to in the Quran in Surah 59. ما قطعتم من لينة أو تركتموها قائمة على أصولها. So this gets translated as palm trees again, but interestingly enough, the word lina, layyina, something that's made soft, like the wood, softening the iron. Okay. It just so happens that we have scientific definitions for these 2 types of trees, hardwoods and softwoods. The softwoods, referring to gymnosperms mainly, these are conifer trees, produce conical fruit like pine cones. These are situated mainly in the north, so you'd be hard-pressed to put the seerah of the Nabi anywhere near where they say it is today. And I'm going to show you the distribution of them as well. Hardwood produce fruits. They're fruiting trees. They're called angiosperms. This includes some of the most popular trees we know. So the stars, like I mentioned before, are associated with the trees. That's why in that surah, where it talks about the sujood of all these parts of the creation, are listed in that way. The stars are for guidance. This is the case even today. وَهُوَ الَّذِي جَعَلَ لَكُمْ النُّجُومَ لِتَهْتَدُوا. بها في ظلمات البر والبحر. The land and the sea. This guidance can only be physical at the very least. Obviously, it would incorporate spiritual guidance because this is a sign from Allah. He guides the hearts. The hearts are a means of guidance, clearly. But like I mentioned before in the series, I mean, magnetism, electricity, the magnetic field, your heart is a part of that. Your body is a part of that. The creation is a part of that. These stars, if they're planets or fixed stars, meaning either wandering stars, which is what we call planets, or fixed stars, which are the nominal stars, they work in conjunction with the sun and the moon. And later, one day, they will fall. They will be hurled down. And one of the most significant stars in the Qur'an, likely, if not the most significant, is called the Tariq. They even put this on the top of trees around this time of year for some kind of inherited tradition regarding this. The Tariq is the Najm al-Thaqib. There's an entire surah called Surah al-Najm. We'll talk more about that. The mountains. The mountains in the Quran are unlike anything we've ever seen before. We see aspects of this in the seen world, but the unseen gives us more information we could never find by logic alone. We could never find by virtue of trial and error. The Quran grants you that certainty from your Lord. The mountains are in conjunction, al-jibal, with Thamud. تنحتون من الجبال بيوتا فارهين. This is Salih, Nabi Salih talking to the people he was sent to, called Thamud. The mountains are mentioned after as-samawati wal-ard wal-jibal. So that gives them prescience, that gives them a weight in the structure and fabric of the creation. They are called al-awtad, stabilizing stakes. Awtad is likened to what are known today as pyramids, which are artificial. But these ones are special because they're made by the Creator. وَالْجِبَالَ أَوْتَادًا. This word is only referred to, the only idea we get it is from Fir'aun, ذُو الْأَوْتَاد, and al-jibal awtadan. That's it. Pegs, things that hold things together. The mountains are associated with the birds and the iron, al-hadid. We'll talk about that later, how that word relates. The mountains are made as shelters. And more importantly, the mountains have stripes of white and red and raven black. أَلَمْ تَرَى أن الله أنزل من السماء ماء فأخرجنا به ثمرات مختلفا ألوانها. The various alternation of colors. And from the mountains, stripes or tracts, white and red, alternating their colors, her colors. وغرابيب سود. غرابيب is, we're going to see later, related to the word for west and setting of the sun, as well as ravens and crows. This is why I use the term raven black. These colors you're going to see probably very apparent for the rest of your life. At least now, it should be obvious if you've listened to my streams why these colors are used. These relate to far extreme areas of our world where the mountains literally show these colors to you. We have signs of this in our world. These are often taken to be these mountains, but Allah speaks in general about the Jibal, not any specific mountains in China or Chile or areas of the world. These ones here are called the candy cane mountains. We have candy canes today in association with the north, with this time of year. And obviously, even in the Islamic traditions, mosques in Cordoba, in Spain, have all over the world, you have these stripes, white and black like in Medina, red and white like in Andalus. Morocco, you have jalabiya or sweaters from red and white stripes. You have to wonder, like, where do you get this inspiration from? Even in the Bible, they show Moses wearing red and white Levite stitch as well. I would suggest our entire history takes place and developed in a totally different way than what we're used to. The sun. So the two lights in the sky that have the most effect on our world would clearly be the sun and the moon. Ibrahim in the Qur'an sees the sun like no one's ever seen it today. And he sees the sun specifically bazighatan. The reason why this word is simply translated as rising. Again, this is used with the moon as well in masculine. And with the sun in feminine. But let me show you something. So this story is explaining to you that Ibrahim was shown, he witnessed, he saw malakut as-samawati wal-ardi. That's taken as a whole. Allah is not poetic. He's telling you exactly, accurately, precisely what's going on. And he did this so that Ibrahim, for his task, becomes of those who are certain. No doubt in these signs. That's why Al-Layl, which I'm going to talk about in a bit, does an action upon him called Jannah. This is not the word for garden or haven or Jannata. This is Jannah, a verb, which means concealment. It's related to jinn, janeen. It's also related to Jannah because of the nature of that place. But this is a verb that the word jinn comes from. He actually went into he went beyond the veil of where humans reside. And he saw all of these celestial objects change, wane, eclipse, modify in their energy and power to show Ibrahim that what his people were serving, as if, from the creation as gods, are subjected to Allah. And he saw exactly how. The sun is described as a flashing, a siraj, a holder of light, glowing, doya. The sun has a regular behavior. The sunrise from the kaf containing the yamin. The sun has a setting place and a rising place. You can put this as emerging and coming out, but essentially, this is something that has huge implications for the way our world looks, because Allah says in the story of Dhal Qarnayn, he reached Maghriba ash-shams. Okay? Taghrubu fi ayn. Ayn is taken to be a spring. Hami'atin. Could be something dark, could be something hot. But the idea is there is some kind of a place where the sun just disappears into. It's a spring. That's why Maghrib means the place of west, the place of this setting. In the same light, the sun has a rising place in the same story. Instead of mashriq, this is called matli'a, to show you tala'a, relating to rising, ascending of the sun. And, it's just interesting that we've never seen a map that takes this into consideration, because from the Qur'an, these show definite limits when you see these words, matli'a ash-shams, maghriba ash-shams, al-maghrib, al-mashriq. We're going to talk about that later. The sun is swimming within an orbit called a falak. وَهُوَ الَّذِي خَلَقَ اللَّيْلَ وَالنَّهَارَ وَالشَّمْسَ وَالْقَمَرَ. The order that Allah places things in the Qur'an makes all the difference. كُلٌّ فِي فَلَكٍ يَسْبَحُونَ. They translate this as floating. I remember when they did translate this as swimming. This is the word for swimming. Misbah is a pool. Masbah is a pool. So, of course, when you see this word falak, everywhere else in the Quran it's ships. Because that requires water, a body of water. This is what you're seeing in the heavens. This is why these images look as if they are submerged. In particular, Sirius with its rainbow. But they all look submerged when you zoom into them with any, powerful camera today. He made the sun a director upon the shadow. Tuba'a and her people made sujood for the sun. This is regarding what's called Sabah. The sun flows for her abode. For her, the sun is not permitted to overtake the moon. The idea is that the sun is something that has perhaps the most profound effect for us because human life demands the sun to operate exactly as Allah intended. The sun and her duha, her morning light, her radiance. The sun will be wrapped up in darkness. The sun and the moon, when they become joined, He made the sun a lantern, siraj. The sun and the moon are by a husban, a reckoning for time. The sun has a timed rising and setting in physical space. Do not make sujood for the sun. The sun is usually listed before the moon in order and related to the layl. Those in Jannah do not see a sun. متكئين فيها على الأرائك لا يرون فيها شمسا ولا زمهريرا. I'm still trying to grasp what that implies. But it is contrasted with freezing cold wherever the sun is not. The moon has a totally different purpose, if not opposite purpose to the sun. We see the moon has different phases, it changes its shape from a full moon to waxing gibbous, waxing crescent, new moon, half moon. The moon is luminous. This is something that is impossible in the current paradigm that everyone is used to, because we're told that the moon simply illuminates the radiance of the sun to the earth, when Allah talks about the moon as its own light. It's called a nur, whereas Shams is called some kind of a radiance or bright flash, liya, like lightning. The moon has what are called manazil. Manazil is simply just the plural of manzil. Manzil is used today for a place where you stay, a place where you live, a place where you spend the night, a house, a home, accommodation, somewhere you land after a journey. Al-qamara qaddarnahu manazil حتى عاد كالعرجون القديم. This word urjun is related to the word araj for ascension. A'raja, ya'rajuna, a'raj, mi'raj, ma'arij. Okay, ways of ascent. Perhaps there is something to do with these quote-unquote palm trees in that sense. Okay, but qamara, stations. This implies that the moon is representing something physical, landed somewhere. I'm not saying that you could land on the moon. I'm saying that the moon is some kind of a picture of something. This is why it's no coincidence whatsoever the word qamara is where the word camera came from. What does a camera do? It changes the size of its aperture, like the moon changes the size of its light. at a fixed period. It gives you a picture of something. Not sure what kind of picture that is. The hour is associated with the moon. The moon is a light within the samawat. That means it's within them. وَجَعَلَ الْقَمَرَ فِيهِنَّ نُورًا وَجَعَلَ الشَّمْسَ سِرَاجًا. Okay? The moon will be swallowed. So here they say that it becomes dark, and I showed you an ayah where the sun has a similar destiny. This comes right before, this is talking about Yawm al-Qiyamah. فَإِذَا بَرِقَ الْبَصَرُ. Okay? وَخَسَفَ الْقَمَرُ وَجُمِعَ الشَّمْسُ وَالْقَمَرُ. Like a solar eclipse that trumps every type of solar eclipse you've ever seen. Khasafa is talking about something caving in, being swallowed. This is the only time it says it's dark. We have all kinds of mythologies, particularly Norse mythology, that describes the swallowing of the moon. That's why when there's a new moon, nobody can see any aspect of it, and it only happens when none of it is illuminated. The moon harmonizes. You can look at the ayah, what that refers to. Wasaqa, wasaqa, related to the word musiqa, music. The moon precedes the sun. That's why musical scales have 7 unique notes and tones in there. The moon precedes the sun. Does the moon recite the sun? Tilawa, yatlu? Or does it follow it? Is it a procession? Look up that ayah and tell me if the moon recites the sun. I would be completely accepting that Allah would make His creation sentient, some way that it has a consciousness. The heavens does, the earth does. However, that's the only time the word tilawa is not translated as recitation. The planets. This is known as al-kawakib, and a singular one is called kawkab. Ibrahim in that story sees one particular kawkab in there. These are planetos in Greek, referring to wandering stars. They have their own falak, and you can see how many times that word kawkab in plural and singular form is used, plus the sun and the moon to equal 7. Those in hell are cast down like the planets. The reason this is the case is because it uses the word kubbat, kababa, okay, wajuhuhum. You can have a face for a circle. A face and surface or surface of any two-dimensional shape produces that same thing. So this idea of them being cast down, think about what that implies. When you think about the earth having some representation of the 7 heavens, the 7 firmaments above, when they were together, it's almost like they left some kind of a trace or some kind of physical attributes, a footprint on the earth from those 7 heavens. Face of the earth, a brilliant planet lit from a tree. Here, the deviators, kubkibu. This is another one that they falsely put in a different root. It's the same root as kawkab, kabbaba, kubkuba. It's one root, one and the same. Something being overturned. The deviators, and look at this, Junud Iblisa Ajma'una. This is one of the only 2 times Iblis is referenced by his proper name outside of the story of Adam. So it's rather profound in that sense. The firmament of the dunya is beautified by the planet's adornment. Inna zayyanna as-sama'a ad-dunya bizinatin al-kawakib. Okay? 5 times. You can find 5 unique planets that's been known since as long as human history has been there, observing the skies. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, plus the sun and the moon. 7. The planets will be dispersed. And think about it this way. I mean, when you look up to the sky, what is that thing coursing across the sky called the sun, the moon? Why do we never see what's on the other side of it? It's almost like you're looking at a hole, some kind of futur Allah talks about in the heavens. We actually don't notice what we're looking at because that knowledge is so lofty, we can only speculate when it comes to that. But just look at what comets look like. Does that not look like a little punctured hole in there? The word najm is associated with a thaqib, something piercing a hole in there. This second image, this is not an image of the moon or image of a comet or anything. This is just a light in a dark room. We don't see what's operating that, but to us, it gives us the impression of some kind of hole. So where is the circle that filled up that hole? How big is it? Where did it come from? Is it on the earth right now? Was that left behind on the face of the earth? So we're getting some kind of a light projected from that particular layer of the samawat. This is all speculative, but it's interesting to think about this. And this diagram is obviously not to scale, but just to highlight some kind of a way that the 3 dimensions of the samawat operate around the 2 dimensions, roughly 2 dimensions of the ard. It's just perfect pairing because you see that samawat are treated as plural, feminine, ard treated as singular, one thing. That brings us to the directions in the Qur'an. First of which I want to mention is al-yamin. When you look at this word, al-yamin, we're going to go through all 4. And these are referring to absolute directions, mainly. Just look at your body. You were designed by the Creator with various relative directions orient you in time and space. So, left hand, right hand, your front, and your back. All of these terminologies are in the Quran. They're also there for absolute position as well. So, yamin. We see this word in this ayah that is interpreted as 2 angels. إِذْ يَتَلَقَّى الْمُتَلَقِيَانِ مُتَلَقِيَانِ عَانَ الْيَمِينِ وَعَانَ الشِّمَالِ قَعِيدٌ. Is this on your left and your right? Does this even refer to just simply right or left? No, this is talking about absolute positions. The right, the left. And it's 2 beings that are seated. We can talk more about that in another video, insha'Allah. أصحاب اليمين في جنات يتساءلون عن المجرمين. You want to be part of these people, these companions called the companions of the Yamin. This is not figurative speech, this is literal, it's physical. What the Yamin implies is salvation. It implies something that is fortunate, right. Even the word right in English implies something that's correct or true for this very reason. It's not to say that your left hand is in and of itself bad. It's just talking about the structure that Allah put in there. And we're going to contrast this with ash-shimal. We also have versions of that. Al-maymana, al-mash'ama. And you look up these definitions in the dictionary. You can see like we're given even nautical terminology, not just on the land, but on the sea. Today, if you go boating, you will see this green, red as referring to these directions. So your south is your right-hand side. Okay, your south side, your right-hand side. However, your left is your north side. In nautical terminology, this is starboard, the right, the north part, relative to you. Port side, the left part. Oh, sorry, starboard south, port north. If you position yourself this way, because the word north is related, shamal, shimal, is related to left, the word south related to Yamin, Yemen, then obviously your front is facing east. That's where the Fajr is related to, the sunrise, the Fajr, the dawn. Falaq, daybreak. Allah says in the Qur'an that you have your south, your north, your right and your left respectively. Then, what does it say? What you're facing. Bayna aydihim, between their hands. It's not before you, but it's between your hands, because that's referring to your east relative to you. Behind you, min khalfihim, your west, behind you. It's no coincidence that they named the map all the regions regarding these particular directions. That's why Yemen, the southernmost Arabian country, land, has that name. Yemen, Yamin, Yaman. Okay? Contrast that with Syria, which is called Asham, the north, the northernmost Arabian country, Arabic-speaking country. Asham, the north. In the Quran, we have this as Ash-Shimal. This is regarding the Kahf in the Quran. One of the receivers, the north side, the companions of Ash-Shimal, the ones who disbelieve, sent to Jahannam. You have to extrapolate this wider than just the map that we see today. Then you will notice that what we're talking about is, which you're going to see later on, concerning the realms of the ins and the jinn. Shaitan uses these not just attacking you from your directions, not simply that, but he uses these directions because he's aware of how this works. He uses it to his advantage, from his vantage point. I will come to them from before their hands. This is relative east. From behind them, relative west. That's why khalif, something that succeeds. Allah talks about the east, then the west. Then he says the south, then the north. Always in that order. California, for that reason, is the westernmost continental US state. وَعَنْ أَيْمَانِهِمْ, their rights, their south sides, and their north sides. شَمَائِلِهِمْ. Okay? You will find most of them shakirin. We see the same thing mentioned here, the companions of the cave. That's why this star is in there. الشَّمْسَ إِذَا طَلَعَتْ تَزَاوَرُوا, visiting about their cave. Imagine where that must be. It's in the center. ذات اليمين, containing, not towards, containing, bearing the yamin. Yamin implies different energies that affect the world as well. That's why we have magnetic north, magnetic south. We have electromagnetism, electricity and magnetism as well. وَإِذَا غَرَبَتْ تَقْرِضُهُمْ ذَاتَ الشِّمَالِ. Where do you think humans reside? Humans reside in the south. The jinn reside in the north. And you're going to see why that is, how that's divided, but just keep that in mind. Even the most northern countries have this, like, pretty much, if you think about, like, Canada, Alaska, America, Russia, Scandinavian countries, Japan, China, the UK, they're the most north up there on our maps, and they hold the most sway, largest economies. You have to wonder, like, clearly occupying that direction allows you to influence the world more. And when you think about it, why would this US Space Force patch have Pharaoh looking at the star? Do you not think that they know about this stuff? Do you not think that they know about these lands in the north? The east, ash-sharq. If you were to change the qaf to a kaf, ash-shirk, you will get an entirely different word. And that's why these concepts are related. You have to analyze the Qur'an with respect to its grammar, its letters, the relationships between them, its roots. So when you see the word sharaqa, ashraqa, it relates to illumination. وَأَشْرَقَتْ الْأَرْضُ بِنُورِ رَبِّهَا وَوَضِعَ الْكِتَابُ. Okay? It's delivered. Illumination. The old flag of Imperial Japan has a bright sun. The rising sun. They call it the Empire of the Rising Sun. All of the philosophies, the religions from this are about the spiritual nature of the world, the unseen nature of the world. There are shrines to animism and polytheism, pantheism, any kind of worship of spirits and the creation, what we would call shirk today by any standards and even nominal Islam. Eastern, primarily an Eastern like development, because of the nature of how this word works, sharaq. There are two easts in the Quran called al-mashriqain. And let me show you what that means. This is a person sent to hell. I wish that between me and between you is the distance of the mashriqain, not the east and the west, the two easts. How can there be two easts? Unless there are absolute divisions between those. So what is east for us is different east for the jinn. That's why this person is talking to their qareen that leads them, if they're destined to hell, right all the way towards hellfire. This also proves that this is the greatest distance. This is a way of saying this is the furthest distance you can have on this plane. The distance between the two easts. Wretched is the qareen. Here's another example. رَبُّ الْمُشْرِقَيْنِ وَرَبُّ الْمَغْرِبَيْنِ. Notice that Allah puts east first, before west. So there's two easts and the two wests. Surah Ar-Rahman. If this is something associated with Allah, it's very profound. In Iraq, they call their local media there Sharqiyya, Eastern, because they're the most Eastern major Arab nation, Arabic-speaking nation. They made up the Middle East, the Arab world, they made it as kind of a microcosm, so you don't understand how vast and wide the history of Islam and the Quran actually is. Al-Mashariq. This is more than two easts. Three or more. رَبُّ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ وَمَا بَيْنَهُمَا وَرَبُّ الْمَشَارِقِ. They would like you to believe that the two easts are basically when the sun rises the Tropic of Capricorn, the Tropic of Cancer throughout the different seasons of the year. No. And they would say the Mashariq are all different points between them throughout the year. No, these are absolute points. They're not relative at all. Mashariq are in addition to the two easts that have the most relevance to us. And I'll show you why that is. So, Allah is the Lord, the Rabb, al-Mashariq wal-Magharib. Inna la qadirun. Okay? This is not a light thing. Bani Israel. We made inheritors al-qawm alladhina kanu yustada'afuna. Okay? They were considered weak. What did they inherit? Mashariq al-ardi wa magharibaha. Easts of the earth and her western parts. which we blessed in her. What are these are regions. When Allah says that they're blessed, it's a full stop. It's something you can't actually imagine. That was given to Bani Israel. Mushriqeen. This is something that's never been translated from my, from what I've seen from various translations out there, as Easterners, when it's exactly what it implies. People of the East, Eastern ones, Easterners. These people are mentioned in two stories with Lut, they're described as Mushriqeen, and Bani Israel. Mushriqeen, those who pursued Bani Israel. One of the two armies, congregations of armies pursued Bani Israel. Not just Fir'aun's army, but these ones as well, Mushriqeen. Let me show you. So seize them the sayhat al-mushriqeen. This doesn't mean sunrise. It's an active participle. Mashriq means place. Mu refers to agency, actors. That's for Lut's people's story. Then we have Bani Israel. So follow them, mushriqeen. It doesn't say the sunrise followed them. It says Easterners followed them. That's the whole ayah. This is so significant. Like 3 words in one ayah. And it's completely missed. Okay? Then we have Gharb. Interestingly enough, Lot's people, particularly his wife, she becomes of the Ghabirin, which is an anagram of the root for Gharb, west. Ghabara means made dust. Gharb refers to west, something that's cloaked with a setting, like becoming darkness. It goes behind something. The withdrawing of the sun. غروبها فاصبر على ما يقولون وصبح. Before the sun's rising. This doesn't happen in a heliocentric model. In that model, everything's inverted. The earth is doing all the work. In the Quran, the heavenly objects are subjected, just like everything on the earth is. غروبها. Look at this, the 2 wests I mentioned here. Magharib I already mentioned. Okay. Ghurab, from the same root. The raven, in the story of Adam's 2 sons. Gharabib. Okay. Maghrib, the place of this withdrawing of the sun. It's a physical place. And that's why Morocco, in Arabic, is called Maghrib. This word Maghrib is how people say Morocco in Arabic. That's why Morocco, the nominal word in English, also Maroc in French. Doesn't that sound like America? Amaruka? Morocco? The people that made the lines on our maps, they're part of the deception. And that's why it's the westernmost Arab-speaking country. Maghrib, Morocco. So this is just kind of patterns that you can notice when it comes to these directions, both positive and negative patterns. So there's a trade-off. You have to keep in mind that where you live in the world, there's a certain pattern based on these directions. The space and time that accompanies the space, as it was spread out during the creation of the universe, these directions dictate trends, patterns, in the geographic areas where they happen. That's why it makes sense, sharq, you see shirk relative to that. Okay? Gharb. Gharb is related to darkness settling, the lack of any spirituality, the lack of any notion of the unseen. Kufr. So, yeah, these are just, you can check on your own time. The 4 elements are related to the 4 directions as well. We have different destructions and calamities that use all of the classical elements as well. And Obviously, it's not going to be exactly the same for everyone, because there are minorities in every sense in the Quran that don't follow the majority of humans and where they're heading. But these are just trends to be mindful of. And it does affect you, you know, where you live on the earth, it does have an effect. I mean, this goes hand in hand with signs that are basically in our world, in our little tiny pond, we see this as indications of the larger picture, the unseen. Okay. Geometry comes from the word in Greek for earth, geo, Gaia. So gematria, the study of numbers, largely for the occult, but you know, the idea is that it's related to the functions and shape of the earth. Everyone is arguing over the shape of the earth. They wouldn't argue over the shape of the earth if there wasn't a designer, because only a designer would make a shape. That implies there's an intelligence behind the nature of this universe. Nobody can deny that. It doesn't come about randomly, otherwise it would look random. The things that look random to us now are just smaller versions that you need to reflect on of that real, like ayat, lofty ayat Allah. The Quran being one of them even. So one of the most important numbers in this presentation is the number 8. Okay, think about where you've seen this number before in geometry. Everyone's learned about shapes and geometry and their schooling, but we see really in the Quran, one ayah stands out. And it's this one, 69, 16 to 17. وَانْشَقَّتِ السَّمَاء. So that's the subject, the firmament. يَوْمَئِذٍ وَاهِيَةٌ. وَالْمَلَكُ, the angel, upon أَرْجَائِهَا, its edges, its corners, its interior walls. يَحْمِلُ عَرْشَ رَبِّكَ فَوْقَهُمْ. This arch of your Lord is above you right now. And this angel is carrying it. يَوْمَئِذٍ ثَمَانِيَةٌ. I used to think that this was describing the amount of angels, right? So, if that were the case, then this would be plural. But it's singular. Malak is singular, it's not malaika. So, 8 at the end is describing arja'iha. That's the one that is actually plural. And it's possessed by the feminine because the sama is feminine. Here. The sama has its counterpart on the earth. 8 arja'iha, edges. This can only be the shape of an octagon. And interestingly enough, this symbol we'll talk about in a bit is seen throughout the Quran, never giving its due respect of what that actually shows you. Rubu' hizb, a quarter of the party's quarter. The seal of Solomon has that on the back as well. Auseklis in Baltic mythology, the star of Lakshmi. The ancient Egyptian 4 male-female pairs. This has relevance with respect to the 4 pairs of cattle in the Quran as well. And this ratio of octagons in geometry is known as silver ratio. Not to be confused with the golden ratio. 8 winds of Greek mythology from the corners, blowing. 8-fold path of Buddhism. The Bawa of Taoism. This is what you see here. The heavenly order displayed on the earth. To remind you who's in charge. These are all versions of the same thing. That's the Vatican, that's the Aztec calendar. The Egyptian mythology, the Taoist mythology, everyone has a concept of this stability that the number 8 represents. Okay. The form of perfection of the earthly order, giving the 4 cardinal directions and their intermediates. This is why we have the word qaf for stopping. That word there in Arabic means stop. That's why it's on a stop sign in parts of the Middle East. Because qaf, as we're going to find out, is related to the extent, the extremities, the edges, the impassable edges and walls of the earth. So that's why stop signs are octagons. It's a sign to you that, and they're also red and white, to, as well. But it's a sign to you of what it's hinting at. Islamic design is one of the most prolific examples of this 8 pattern. You have to ask why. Why were they obsessed in all the Islamic world throughout history with the number 8 and all of its geometry? Now you know. It represents the cosmic order on the earth. Okay. Which brings us to this. Rubu' al-hizb. Okay. This is used 199 times in the Qur'an. Don't let anybody from the nominal traditional school of Islam or any of its modern offshoots tell you this is in there 240 times. Hence, that's why hizb is a 60th of the Qur'an and this is a quarter of a 60th. That's been debunked. This channel debunked that. It's 199 times, and you can count them for yourself. This number, 199, is mentioned and alluded to in the Qur'an. It's actually a centered triangular number in mathematics. It's represented as a triangle around the center. 199 can be broken down to a pair of 99s. So there's 99, another 99, and then 1 in the center. That's exactly what that diagram shows. This is exactly what this symbol shows. These are different iterations of it in the Mus'haf. And this one is probably the most standard form. It depends what Unicode you use, whether it's like Windows or Mac. But you can basically see that this represents collective existence in this world. The jinn and the ins in its collective existence. That's why the numbers 1 and 9, the first and last digits, combined create a collective, ashara, from the root for 10. This is related to the root arsh as well. Okay? Look at the shapes that this one symbol has within it. 8 right-angled triangles. These are like mountains at the edges. It's just a simplified version of this very thing. The mountains at the edges called qaf. In the dictionary, this is exactly what is defined as that letter, qaf. The range of mountains around the world. Triangular, autad, stakes. Octagon, that's within the actual symbol, rubu' al-hizb. The earth, like an octagon. Interior walls that are congruent with the heaven. Squares. There's 2 squares intersected. Okay? That point to the heaven. Think about it this way. The circle. Why does it have to be in the center? What could that possibly mean? Why is it the only shape in this conjunction that doesn't have any straight lines? Okay, if not that being what this entire series has been pointing to, leading up to, that balda or balad containing al-Qura, the mother of cities, those around her. They're not pictured because they're basically originate from her. This is why al-Masjid al-Haram, okay, Makkah, kaf versus qaf on the outside. is beneath al-Masjid al-Aqsa. Okay, this is a bird's eye view, by the way. You're looking at this from a bird's eye view, a simplified formation of this. Arsh Rabbika is included in that ayah, referring to the number 8. The Arsh is above. It's carried. Okay? It is above the samawat. Each part represents spatial information of the creation. It's almost like this is the spatial anchorage of the clock. The hour comes down. Okay? When you reflect on these things, you'll be surprised how much is missing from the discourse of in the Quran. Sujood tilawa. This is in the Quran 15 times. These are 3 variations that you can find depending what Unicode you use. But interestingly enough, of the 15 times, we have the same setup where there's 1 in the middle of 2 pairs of 7, a pair of 7, denoting the heavens. The previous one, the earth. This one, the heavens. This is why these symbols, these pictures in the Quran does have pictures, are shaped like doors. Think about it this way. Sujood tilawa. What story do we see that in? We see in the story of Bani Israel. Sujjadan. We see it when the mu'mineen, they enter Jannah. Sujjadan wa bukkiyan. Bakka. The samawat have abwab. The sama has doors, portals. Does it not look like the same thing? Does it not look like a keyhole? Does it not look like what every masjid creates a niche around it? Maharib, mihrab. This is related to the word for harb for some reason. Each part represents temporal information of the creation relative to the jinn and the ins that occupy the space. The connection between the book outstretched above and the earth below, showing the return to Allah. Just take a book and hold it upside down and outstretch the pages pointing down to the ground. Imagine the book, just all of its knowledge, all of its, manifestation in the world below. The commands from this book coming down. It's not merely a book that we can hold and read. What we have is a sign of the real one above the heavens. So, if you think about it, there is some kind of it's possible there is some kind of a barrier in the center, which is why this thing is shown 15 times. And you can even see like the formation of some kind of hourglass cross-section. How you have an hourglass, like I showed in one of the first slides, where things descend down and they accumulate on the bottom. Okay? This is the structure of the universe. The commands come from above. And think about this. Tilawa, procession. Not precession, procession. Like the moon, a qamar, precedes the sun. Follows the sun. Subjugation. Doesn't the sujet sound like sujud? Subjecting, subjugation. It's not as simple as just putting your head on the ground. This is talking about aspects of the unseen we're yet to experience. So you better listen and prepare for that. This is how you study for the big test that Allah has for every single person. I could talk about this for another stream, but just want to introduce this because it relates to the cosmology. Then you have the symbol that is at the end of every single ayah of the thousands of ayahs in the Qur'an. At the end of every ayah is a number using Arabic numerals within a circle adjoining 2 pairs of adjacent circles. That's exactly what you see, like 4 corners on either side of a midline. The root for surah is related to bracelets, asawir, circular enclosing walls, surin. So ayat, miracles, they give indications of temporal information for the revelation of each ayah in a surah. So the ayahs are within the surah. The surah denotes physical enclosure, like in a ring. And the ayah are everything relating to that surah specifically. That's why they have codes on them. Every word, but especially every ayah, verse. Surat encloses all the information with its respective ayat, and you can connect these dots to form another hourglass as well. An hourglass is shaped like a simplified 8, okay? Infinity. Juxtaposed triangles, pyramids, above and below, and we are in the smack dab center plane of it. Truly astounding. All I did was just take this one shape and rotate it so that you have exactly 12 circles like a clock, okay? 12 hours of a clock in a 24-hour period. And look what it does without even understanding. You do this and it forms an octagon in the center. That gives us the impression that the clock is beyond the confines of the earth. The clock is the same word for sa'a, hour. Hour, sa'a. Clock, sa'a. We'll talk about that in another video. And it forms the octagon in the center. I mean, these are the fruits from pondering upon the Qur'an. Then you have this interesting, elusive, almost mystical symbol. And we're told, I mean, largely by our scholars, that this is only once in the Qur'an, in the second ayah of Surah Al-Baqarah. But I did a search, and it wasn't easy, but you can actually find exactly 6 times in 3 pairs that this symbol is used. This word means embrace. Doesn't it look like a triad, embracing, in a sense? That's possibly one understanding. This is the smallest stable structural shape you can have, which is in the form of a triangle. 6 times in the Quran, the symbol appears as 3 dots over one of 2 words in each ayah and always appears in a pair in each ayah. So for example, 1 dot will be over the word rayba. The other one will be over the word fihi, as if, you know, what they translate, no doubt in it, the kitab. Al-muttaqeen. Muttaqeen are from the jinn and the ins. Then you have 2 more ayahs with two pairs of these dots. 6 dots each ayah. The first time in Surah 5, ayah 26, alayhim has the dots over it, and sanatan, the word for year, has it over them. This is regarding the story about 40 years Bani Israel are not allowed to enter the Holy Land. Bani Israel are from the ins, the humans. Same surah, Surah 5, ayah 41, qulubihim, their hearts. Alladina hadu, the word hadu has the other pair of the 3 dots. Alladina hadu, you can watch some live streams that I've done, relates to the jinn. I'm going to show you even in this presentation as well. The shape of a triangle bears resemblance to the arrowheads, what you can call arrowheads, on the cover of the Arabic Quran. One pointing up, one pointing down. This is really amazing to me. You have these 8 pointed stars all over this floral pattern of the Quran, with some slight variations, but basically the same idea. You have like these patterns, striking similarity patterns to it all, like pointing up to the akhirah of Jannah, pointing down to the akhirah of Jahannam. The appearance of 6 dots per ayah hints at the 6 established days of creation, surrounding a pending 7th day. Each day of creation could represent a dominion of a particular realm from the jinn and the ins. We'll see why in a bit. The total count of 3 pairs of 6 dots gives 18 dots, suggesting an importance to multiples of 18, 3, 6, and 9 in particular. The top-down triangle could represent the sole authority of Allah, who is outside of the creation. He's not in a physical location. That's what the false religions would want you to believe. And he commands Jibril and Mikal, who are within the creation, seated on the right and the left, the south and the north. So all I did is I just took 6 of these groups of 3 dots and I put them in this pattern. And a kind of picture emerges where essentially this number 6 is related to some kind of a confirmation or outline of, just based on the ayahs it's used in, the whole test between jinn and humanity. So that brings us to the Hijr. The Hijr is Surah 15 of the Qur'an. That's what it's called. Al-Hijr. And this word is grossly misinterpreted given the fact that it doesn't get the cosmological understanding that it deserves, that it's giving. When you look at this word from its roots, we're given definitions like the rocky tract, as if this thing, this part of the creation is in a line. The stone land, indicating its obvious relation to the word hijara, or hijarat, stones and stone. This word is referred to, mahjuran, something forbidden. Basically, it's an embankment, and you can see exactly why, because Allah uses this word with the barzakh, between the 2 seas. We don't have any access this day and age to take a picture of the 2 seas. The 2 seas are there in the Qur'an, which is the knowledge of the unseen. It tells you in the opening verses to abide or confide by the unseen, but we can't actually produce a picture of where this sea becomes another sea on the other side of this embankment. The realm of Thamud is related to this Hijr. They're incorporated with this idea, Ashab al-Hijr. Denied the messengers, and they were carving from the mountains. The mountains are related to the Hijr. A day will be shown the angels, no glad tidings that day for the criminals. And they say, an embankment placed under guardianship. Okay, mahjura. Just look at the words made from this root, hajara, denoting stones, something very solid in nature. Between both of the 2 seas, al-Bahrain is a barzakh. And this hijr, the rampart, this embankment, it's like the Great Wall of the world. You've heard of the Great Wall of China, which China means Middle Kingdom, but this is the actual spanning of the earth. This is how you can have a shimal and al-yamin. This is how you can have al-mashriqain and al-maghribain. 2 easts and 2 wests. You need some dividing line. And this is where that line is drawn. By the dawn and 10 nights, Surah Al-Fajr, and the even and the odd, and the night when it passes, is there in that an apportioning? The word qasamun relates to splitting up or dividing or apportioning into pieces for one of hijr. Okay, this is shown to be perception in the translation. I'm not saying what it means, but you have a surah called Al-Hijr, and you don't translate that as perception. You've heard of the mountains going around the earth. But now, there is some kind of a barrier between the 2 seas, facilitated by Hijr, Barzakh, wa Hijr. Okay? They know about this stuff. That's why they make these representations for us. I'm pretty sure this candy bar was made by a Freemason. It even has the mountain that they say, okay, it's Switzerland and stuff that has somewhat pyramidal mountains, like, in the Alps. But they have a bear in there as well, which is associated with the north, the North Star, Ursa Major, Ursa Minor. And it's in a line, these kind of mountain-like pyramidal mountains in a line. You have to imagine, This is Allah talking about His creation that we are not even privy to half the time, pretty much all the time. The barzakh is an interesting term because there's different three-letter roots. I'm not really decided on where this particular word fits in that. However, this word literally means, in the Arabic language, within science today, colloquially, as isthmus. You can look it up. This is a long stretch of land with bodies of water on both sides, usually seas. Behind them is a barzakh, an isthmus. So it's a long stretch of land that connects in the middle between two seas. This is why this word is used in the Qur'an. We have examples, some kind of indications on the micro level of the wider one. He is the one who freely flowed the two seas, between both of them an isthmus, okay, and a hijr. So they go in conjunction with the hijr, Surah 15. Who made the earth stationary, made her innermost part rivers, and made for her anchors, and made between the two seas a barzakh. Freely flowing with the two seas meeting each other. Between both of them is an isthmus. Okay? This is somewhere on the map of the entire world. And it's just a 2D version of the 3D version. Because the 3D version relates to the heavens above, samawat above, and the samawat below. 7 above, 7 below. So, when you think about this, the Bahrain are given different aspects. This is actually a name of an Arab country I'm going to talk about later. And it's named that way because Arabia today, as we know it, is just a fabricated copy of the Arabia in truth in the Quran. So, one of them is described as adbun furatun, which is given the name like, palatable and sweet. Furat is used for the word Euphrates. You can look at a live stream I did, I'm not sure which one, but it's, I think, regarding Gog and Magog, Ya'juj and Ma'juj, talking about this exact image. So, if you think about it, you have a juxtaposition. On the left, that's the 2D. You're looking from above, bird's eye view, okay, at the two seas. The next one is a cross-section on the right of a 3D view, which is above your head and below your feet. Okay? So, I already mentioned the distance between east and west. We're just building the map as we go. So, clearly, the oceans we have around us are salty, by and large. And the smaller versions of them, whether it's an ice or lakes or rivers, on the land, shows itself to be fresh, not salty. Okay? So, by and large, we are in the south. We have this salty, conductive ocean, which is just one ocean. You take whatever you call the Pacific or the Atlantic or the Indian Ocean, or all these oceans, it's just one. There's no actual division in the sea. So, these ones, the salty ones, I mentioned in that live stream, come from underneath aquifers, mineral-rich aquifers. Okay? However, the fresh ones, they come from above. The mountains give you fresh water. The rainwater gives you fresh water. Okay? So on the other side, with the jinn, they actually have fresh water. That's their version of this sea. Okay? And their other systems would probably be salt water in a way, because these are contrasted. Milhun, furatun. Adbun milhun, furatun ujajun. Okay, so this is how you need to look when you're talking about like the flood of Noah and his story. The water coming from above, the water coming from below. Okay? Then they come to Surah 46, Al-Ahqaf. Okay? Surah 46 is called Al-Ahqaf. The idea that we get is that this is just a bunch of wind-carved sand hills or sand dunes. This is the full explanation. I took a look at the root from, Arabic dictionaries, and what came apparent to me is that this is now talking about the division around the world. That's why it has the word qaf in there. The letter qaf is a central letter in that root, denoting extremities, the axis around something. Mention the brother of Ad when he warned his people in Al-Ahqaf. Warners had already passed on before him and after him. Do not worship except Allah. Indeed, I fear for you the punishment of a terrible day. That's the eponymous surah. In that surah, we get different understanding. Nations of jinn and humans. Dwellings of Ad, that civilization, that realm. Rabu' al-Khali. This is the place in Oman. Oman is just a little bit, east of Yemen. Parts of Yemen, but mainly Oman, to the south. This is where they talk about Iram, the lost city of Iram of the pillars of Ad in the Qur'an. He talks about the destruction of the cities surrounding you. The wind-carved great crooked sandhills, the domain of a people of Ad, Haqaf. This root talks about the end of something, an animal's buttock or its back, something elongated, crooked, like the inner part of a circle. The Qaf mountains in Islamic lore encircle the earth, restraining the seas within a container. Could the dunes be mountains? Perhaps. That would contrast them with Thamud, which have the Hijr part of those mountains, where these ones are around these Ahqaf. The Caucasus are actually called in, I think, Iranic languages, Qaf, Qaz. Okay, and they're between the Black and Caspian Seas, an indication or a little hint of the unseen of the two seas in large. Qaf, Qaz. Qaf was the loftiest of the mountain ranges created by Allah to support the earth and was the parent of all other earthly mountains, to which it was linked by subterranean ranges. The range is separated from the world of men by the oceans that surround the known world. These oceans only became more closer to us as the world became more flooded. The realm of Ad. What's interesting about this is Ad implies repetition, something that kind of cycles and cycles around. And when you look at the astronomical symbol of the earth, this is what you get. This symbol in 4 quarters. Ahqaf, the hind quarters. We also see the Chinese character for earth dividing into 4 on a plane. This is like showing the earth to be a ground, like an electrical ground you have sujood on, grounding. Then you have the heart, the human heart separated into 4 chambers. You have a hijr separating deoxygenated blood, the blue part, and oxygenated blood, the red part. And then you have these barriers on the opposite side. This is just a coincidence. We have the same designer. We're going to see the same patterns everywhere. So, that brings us to the layl and the nahar. So, we're used to thinking that the layl and the nahar are times of the day. So, we wake up when the nahar starts, the daylight, and we go to sleep around the time the layl sets. And, basically, those are the sleeping hours of the nighttime. The salat times that we're accustomed with are around this cycle of the sun, basically. The sun dictates the alleged 5 times of prayer. However, what if these terminologies are not referencing time whatsoever? So, you have 19ers, ex-19ers alike and whatnot, and Sunnis and Shias and Sufis and all the consortium of Islamic doctrines, right? They have to indoctrinate you with something false. They've just never imagined that the layl and the nahar were separate from the motion of the sun and the moon. That's why I showed you in the story of Ibrahim, something called the layl covered him, concealed him, physically. He crossed the precipice of the known world that he knew, his world, the nahar, and the layl, the world of the jinn. So yes, we do see a 24-hour cycle, but by and large, all the activities here are done in the daytime. By and large, this is normal for us, our circadian rhythms. What if I told you that, well, interestingly enough, that their diagrams their diagrams actually replicate something of truth, probably unbeknownst to them, of how the layl and nahar are separated by a diameter of the circle, which I already showed in part 1 of the series as shatra, the bisector, al-masjid al-haram, in the center of a circle. And this is known as the tarf, tarafay, the two borders, the two ends of the nahar. How could you have ends, physical ends in time? Nobody would say the earth is temporal. Earth is spatial. It can have time occur on it, but at the end of the day, it's there to create space for you. Allah says the earth not spacious. The same word, atrafiha, her borders of the ard, is used for the daylight. أقيم الصلاة طرفي النهار وزلفا من الليل. At the very least, this word proves, this word طرفي, it proves that these are borders that delineate where the layl begins and when the nahar ends. Okay? And they can fluctuate, I would imagine. They can fluctuate. Who knows how that happens, but it probably would look something like the patterns on the phases of the moon. Have they not seen that we set upon the land, reducing it from its borders? That's the word for ends. That's why they put it as ends. They're trying to trick you that this is ends in time. Like I mentioned at the very beginning of this presentation. Yeah, it could be ends in time. No problem with that. But this is definitely borders, ends, physical limits to the daylight and the nighttime. He created the heavens and the earth with truth. He wraps the night over the day and wraps the day over the night. Does that sound like simply temporal? Yukewwiru. This is physical. These are the context for the realms of jinn and men. So, anhar, interestingly enough, and this is really confronting to acknowledge, but I'll say it anyway, but, you know, it's understood with this cosmology, the layl and nahar are independent of the sun and the moon's actions. That's why they're put there separately, in a list with the sun and the moon. Obviously they're related, but I would suggest that they're independent nonetheless, working in unison. Anhar in the Qur'an are rivers. Everywhere in the Qur'an that word means rivers. Everywhere in the Qur'an the word nahr means river, singular. But some way, somehow in the Arabic language, what is the connection between nahar and rivers? Because nahar is in conjunction with the night. Could nahar be related to something to do with these rivers from Jannah that produce the effects that we would call daylight? Possibly. We don't even know half the time what are these rivers under which they flow under Jannah. From above us to below us, Allah sends down the water. He sends down many things actually from the heavens, one of which is water. But these rivers, I mean, it's related to the phenomenon of daylight that creates a pair with al-layl. Al-layl, throughout the entire route, has to do with nighttime, the concept of nighttime. Layal, layl, layla. But nahar, that word relates to rivers. Okay, so that word is used all the time with Jannah. It stands to reason Jannah has something to do with the world we live in. The humans are blessed beyond imagining when comparison to the jinn. They have a microcosm of Jannah in the temporal world. Greenery, rivers. It's not exactly the same, but you have to imagine our ancestor Adam is associated with Jannah. So the end point, it just comes full circle. Okay, so this yin and yang helps to populate the world that's emerging, because there's two forms of life with free will in the Qur'an: the jinn and the ins. And by and large, the jinn are always mentioned first. And I think the reason is because the jinn came first. The awwaleen. Okay, they have made their mistakes, and they have made, their correct actions as well. So I've mentioned in other streams, you can check it out, that essentially the ratio regarding the proportions within every subset of the jinn and the ins have something to do with the low digit 1 and the highest digit 9. That's what everything reduces to, the beginning and the end. The simplest number and the most complex digit. That all numbers are based on these 9 digits. So that means 1/10 regarding the ratio. This diagram is showing the proportion of these groups. The black parts, like the black part with the small white dot in there, is regarding the humans. Most of them enter Jannah. The other part is talking about the jinn. Most of them are believers. And the dots are the ones that move everything along. Notice how, even in this diagram, that circle labeled al-majus, you can just watch my videos for more information, is directly in line with the other one, as-sabi'un, the human believers regarding the jinn disbelievers, basically. Okay? And this is why Allah, just to briefly summarize, labels these different classifications of peoples or types of beings entering Jannah. الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا الَّذِينَ هَادُوا النَّصَارَى وَالصَّابِئِينَ. Okay? It's mentioned 3 times. We're just changing the order once. الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَالَّذِينَ هَادُوا وَالصَّابِئُونَ وَالنَّصَارَى. Okay? Here, it adds the 2 other groups, and it doesn't have any promise of Jannah. الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَالَّذِينَ هَادُوا وَالصَّابِئِينَ وَالنَّصَارَى وَالْمَجُوسَ وَالَّذِينَ أَشْرَكُوا. These are the 2 added in. Allah decides between them. Okay? Then you have this idea, يَوْمْ يَحْشُرُهُمْ جَمِيعًا يَا مَعْشَرَ الْجِنِّ. So first time it says jinn only. You have many from the ins. It's not simply, it's like they've multiplied. Alright? Collection, collective, assembly. يَا مَعْشَرَ الْجِنِّ وَالْإِنسِ. Did not come to you messengers, emissaries, يَقُصُّونَ, relating upon you, ayati. Surah Al-Rahman, يَا مَعْشَرَ الْجِنِّ وَالْإِنسِ. Try to pass beyond the أَقْطَارَ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ. You will not accept by authority. Okay? We'll talk about this later. So they would inhabit this realm here, the northern half, ash-shimal. These ones is where the humans live. They get a rough half, exactly half allocated to them because Allah is fair. And what He does is He basically made the jinn way more numerous, way more powerful relative to all humans. And then within the humans, us today, our ancestors way more powerful, way more numerous than us today. In time and space, the same patterns emerge. So, what you have to understand is that their world is totally different than ours. It's like an inversion in a way. And it works for their mode of life. They have some kind of a field where they can accommodate 10 times more beings than all the possible humans on Earth. That their sizes are accommodated. Their entire realms are just absolutely unimaginable to us. It would be like a science fiction movie. Okay. So, if you want more information, just watch some of the other videos with that. I mentioned about the magharib and the mashariq. Okay, this is something that Bani Israel. I forgot to draw a line in the middle here, but if you imagine there's a line in the middle, okay, these are actually rings of the plane of the earth, because this pattern just continues out. It's like literally a majestic ripple of what was created by the Creator. This word in the Quran is mentioned 3 times, and it's always plural. And the word is hada'iq. Remember when I said at the beginning that Jannah, Jannat, refers to some kind of a safe haven. It's a haven. This is why the word heaven is confused with Jannah all the time. This word actually means gardens, hada'iq, parks, gardens. Okay? And the first major ayah with that is the word ghulb. You can see it there, ghulban. It's not talking about thick foliage. It's talking about victory, prevailing, overcoming, defeating, vanquishing. This is a reward for the end. This is why gardens will encompass the width of the heavens and the earth. Not dense shrubbery. I should have changed that. Victory, prevailing, vanquishing. We also get a sense that the hada'iq are related to a'naban. What is a'nab? A'nab, grapevines. How do you grow grapevines? You grow them on urush, trellises. Urush are high up, they're erected. It's connecting these gardens to the high three-dimensional formations, constructions of the samawat. There are no samawat in the akhirah. There's no samawata. It's only samawatu, samawati. And here is the fascinating part, which is أَمَّنْ خَلَقَ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضَ وَأَنزِلَ لَكُم مِّنَ السَّمَاءِ مَاءً. We cause to grow by it حَدَائِقَ ذَاتَ بَهْجَةٍ, beauty and delight. We could not have grown its trees. Okay? These are the rings of land, of gardens called mashariq and magharib. Everything in the white circle is the world we live in, and everything the 2 easts, the 2 wests. But these rings are the inheritance of those in Jannah. 7. So, the models that were given today regarding the nature of our world, nature of our earth, nature of our celestial heavenly bodies, has a lot of problems. And it should become clear, that obviously the mainstream model has many issues, and you can see like the deception that Shaitan has produced with that. Mainly, this is just common knowledge, like the northern continents on our maps, they're way, way larger on the most popular projections of the world continents compared to the southern ones. The southern ones thereby would occupy more space than the northern continents. And we obviously have pictures like this, the blue marble, alleged photographs of the globe. We produce continents that span half the surface of the sphere. I mean, it makes absolutely no sense. All the other continents would be on the opposite end of that sphere. not to mention the curving of level water. By the same notion, kind of stationary models of the alternative, they don't account for many of the concepts we've talked about so far regarding the absolute endpoints of the sunrise and sunset in the east and west directions, 2 easts and 2 wests. There's no attempt to incorporate any kind of a barrier between the 2 seas that would solve that issue. That's why it's in the Qur'an. And of course, there's no even possibility that we share this world with other beings that demand their own space, their own lives, their own habitations, called jinn, the non-humans. So there's no thought given to why we observe the phenomena that we do in our world. For example, we just assume that everything is just material and, everything reduces down to its physical components. And Allah talks more about the unseen. These things that we observe are simply products and effects of the unseen causes. This is a very important concept to get into this presentation, and that is that for every microcosm, there is a wider macrocosm. They reflect the nature of each other. Allah says in the Quran, Surah An-Najm, and each small and great is inscribed. وَكُلُّ صَغِيرٍ وَكَبِيرٍ مُسْتَطَارٌ. This word is not simply written down. It has something to do with the way our reality is structured, the components, seen and unseen. When you look around you, there's signs all around that the nature of our world is fractal. And so, if you were to give some kind of a model, the details of that model would reflect the whole, and they would be inseparable from the whole, all of its parts, a holistic understanding of the universe, the creation as the Creator made it. Allah created the al-Qura, the city's mother, to give rise to those around her. So basically, she is the microcosm of that macrocosm. And it goes both ways. The larger ends of the universe, unobservable to us, reflect the smaller components. Even our bodies play into this as well. وَهَذَا كِتَابٌ أَنزَلْنَاهُ مُبَارَكٌ مُصَدِّقَ الَّذِي بَيْنَ يَدَيْهِ. You may warn الْقُرَى وَمَنْ حَوْلَهَا. Okay? Whoever is around it, around her. Same thing here. وَكَذَلِكَ أَوْحَيْنَا إِلَيْكَ قُرْآنًا عَرَبِيًّا. The mother of the cities, and whoever is around her. Okay? This mother has been talked about throughout this series. And whatever happens there, in that immediate space, is reflected on the outside, around her as well. So I don't want to talk too much about the seasons, but this is still something I'm looking at, mainly try to get a better understanding of what happens, the phenomena in our world. But it's interesting, I looked at this. It's kind of a map of where the world's trees are situated. And essentially, you kind of have a rough outline of where they would be, with kind of the more conifer trees, temperate trees, and here you have the tropical trees as well. It's almost as if the ayah in the Quran that mentions seasons, at least 2 of them, إِلَافِهِمْ رِحْلَةَ الشِّتَاءِ وَالصَّيْفِ. Why would Allah just mention 2 of the 4 that we're accustomed to? Unless those 2 and mixtures of them are pretty much the norm, the majority of what you would experience. They're kind of like, they revolve around the solstice of the sun and represent kind of extremes in the shifting and changing of the seasons. 4 of them. However, the equinoxes, which would be spring and autumn, represent the balanced points in time, but also in space, of the features of that season, those two seasons. How do you reason that there's 4 seasons? Well, because traditionally, the word for spring starts the 12 months of the Islamic calendar, and that word for spring is Rabi'. And you've seen so many different variations of this 4, and the number 8, in the 4 directions. Now you have it in 4 seasons, and even 4 colors as well. So, Rabi', spring. Arab, Arabic, Arab. Arba', 4, the number 4, which is from the same root as Rabi', spring. Ibra, crossing over, Hebrew. The idea is that spring resets the 4 seasons. It starts them, and then they cycle again with spring. It represents, say, the first spring, around March, is when all the traditional calendars would start. They've just shifted it to January, 2 months before. So you'd have 3 months allocated to spring, the range of time for spring. Then 3 months ranging for summer. Then for autumn. Then for winter. You can look up this traditionally, that the names of these seasons traditionally reflect this cycle. For example, Ramadan, the last heat before the harvest. This is obviously seen, like if you look at old Arabic words for September, I'm not saying that that's the month Ramadan is. There's obviously more to this linear time that we understand when you talk about months of Allah. We can debate ad nauseum the meaning of Shahr, but clearly we observe 4 seasons. And interestingly enough, the Arab colors are associated with this as well. You could say that the colonial empires gave the Arabs their colors. However, these colors have a lot in common with this progression of seasons. So like, for example, I mentioned red, black, and white already, and the heartland of where Arabic came from. Then you have green, representing the middle color of the visible light spectrum. Okay, green with spring, white with winter, red with autumn. They even juxtapose each other, red and green and white and black. Okay. When you look at the word autumn in English, in Latin, Italian, autumno, doesn't it remind you of the word Ottoman? The word in Arabic deriving Uthman, one of the caliphs, we're told in Islam. The idea of kharif, the colloquial word for autumn, and R and L being related in Arabic, khalif, demonstrating authority, like Adam was a khalifa on the earth. رب المشرقين ورب المغربين. So what's interesting about this is that some of these kind of more lands on the fringes have more temperate climate, at least partially in there as kind of a sign, like New Zealand, temperate climate, even though it's supposed to be in more tropical zone. Iceland, more temperate climate, even though it's supposed to be in a more boreal zone with tundra. The aurora lights have this pattern where the green represents the fringes around the lights that spread, which, by the way, is still going on around the world, is the middle part that spreads shows more of a reddish hinge, kind of a pinkish reddish color to it. So it stands to reason there's a lot of work to be done in this, but just the words used in Arabic today for the seasons, like Rabi' al-Awwal, Rabi' al-Akhir, first spring, last spring, Jumad al-Ula. Jumada is related to something that's being fixed, like the mountains, frozen, fixed and set. Jamida, Jumada. Is this related to freezing? Because in the Qur'an, Jannah is destroyed through ice. Jumada al-ula. The ula is the world we live in today. Jumada al-akhirah. That's the hereafter, the ever after. That's the eternity. All of these words, you can find some derivative in the Qur'an. Safar. Safar. That doesn't mean traveling. That means 0 point. The end month. The yellowing. Before Rabi'. Muharram. Haram. Muharrama. Dhul Hijjah. Hijjah. Hajj. Hujjah. Dhul Qa'idah. Qa'idah. In the Quran you have Al-Qawa'id. Shawwal. Ramadan. Sha'ban. Sha'ban is the name of a prophet. Sha'ban. Shu'aib. Sha'ab. Shu'ub. Shu'bin. So, the way that the world is organized, I mean, it's a lot bigger than you can imagine because we're missing key seasons in our world. This is one of the hints that we're basically inhabiting a portion of the larger world. So, not all of what we're used to, we're given the explanation, the unspoken explanation for the globe model to inflate the northern hemisphere and its continents and landmasses to accommodate the fact that a globe Earth has to be symmetrical in 3 dimensions. So they could have it where the northern hemisphere is, smaller like the land masses, but they chose to keep everything relatively somewhat symmetrical. And this has a gross, misunderstanding of what the world actually looks like. So, for example, there is no land that penetrates into 60 degrees south, what we call 60 degrees south. At the South Pole, the South Pole of Antarctica, which will be a major point of discussion in this presentation, as well as you have the Arctic Circle. And I would suggest that this right here, these dimensions are off just by virtue of the fact that the continents are not to scale. They're not actually representative with respect to the other continents, okay? So if you take this model and you just squash it from the North Pole to the South Pole, you're holding it in your hands vertically, and you just collapse it, you would get the form of a circle, okay? And the continents would spread out more. And obviously you would have them to scale somewhat, okay? So, what you would have is the South Pole here, with this landmass that they put, would come into this North Pole that apparently only has water and ice and there's nothing up there. And that would be overlaid there because they're directly juxtaposed on the globe. You could argue that this is made as a deception to hide something somewhere up there, because you have to reason, why did they put this exact landmass? Why do our landmasses have similarities amongst themselves, almost as if they're representing patterns in the world by the designer? The northern, southern continents land ends and does not go past 60 degrees. It's really difficult to know exactly what the position is. I'm not a cartographer by any means. This is just meant to visualize something. It's not meant for accuracy, okay? But I would suggest that the Arctic Circle is a direct reflection of what they would tell you about the Antarctic Circle. These terminologies are meant to confuse you because Antarctic is just a way of saying Arctic, just around the Arctic, beside the Arctic, opposite the Arctic. In its vicinity of the Arctic. There's nothing really to go off of there. But yeah, I would suggest that there is a lot to improve upon that. Which brings me to this. So, going back to all the different parts in the series, you can stand to reason, I mean, at this stage, that symbol right there, they've shown every single child that, in the modern world, basically, it is not just an imaginary place or a theme park or some kind of a fantasy. They're talking about a very real place that has some kind of a barrier around it. And there's a structure that you enter this. Let's just call it Al-Masjid Al-Haram. So what I did was I collated from a video all of the openings and seeing how they differ over the years. Because clearly, if this is starting the movie, they're going to take advantage of this passage of time during the end days of this world to basically highlight how far they are, basically in nearness to the hour, nearness to the onset of the hour. So one of the first changes from this blue background, this kind of classic color, was this Mars in there. And this is overlaid. This is overlaid around this. They made this the barrier. It's just perfectly done in that way. Another one is through space as well. There's an hour clock to show you in respect to that. You'll notice all of these solar eclipses. I never understood this as a kid because it had nothing to do with the film. But clearly they're tracking the solar eclipses to figure out how close they are to the onset of this Qiyamah. Then you have another one with ice on the barrier, the Haram. You have another one with some kind of magical dust as well. Another one guided by a star. These are the really eerie ones where it seemed to have some kind of agenda in play with, the end time eschatology of the second coming of Christ and the alien invasion and all this. And that's why you see the clouds, the Mahdi and the Messiah coming in the clouds, this kind of alien invasion, the missiles thrown at the devils, some kind of a fire raining on the sky. And even the epitome of what the Quran calls shirk, the ascribing a wife and a child to Allah. They do this with Mary and Jesus all the time. I'll talk more about that in part 8. So, again, the solar eclipses continue, but over time you get more of an image emerge. And that image is the outline of a city and the start of now more details. This is 2006. They started to just change. They put way more details in this masjid, this castle. I'm not saying that's what it is, I'm saying that's what it represents. Including a literal glass. And look who's on the outside of it, Santa. You know very well from Santa Claus what that means. The earliest depictions of Santa is of a demon called Krampus. That looks exactly like Shaitan is described in the Shayateen with their long tongues. Okay? They're a different type of creature entirely. Shaitan is lying in wait, ready, sitting for those of the Sirat al-Mustaqim. You start to get more of this pink appearance, as if a dawn is coming, some kind of Fajr or dawn. In this sense, they made it just a shadow, and they put mountain here. Which mountain? Which mountain are they talking about? I could only imagine some kind of a magnetic mountain of sorts. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. The word Makkah is something tied to the mechanism of the entire world. That's why the word machinery comes from makkana, makina, makkana. Makkanna means we enabled him in the land, like Yusuf, Dhul Qarnayn. Here they tell you that this entire reality is folded like a book, like a scroll, a sigil. This is really it's crazy to think about this idea of we're living in this book as characters, but all the terminology around books and authorship represent the dominion that Allah has over the creation. We go on further. There's more Mars. Mars, red. Even the content is around Mars as well. Here we see some kind of a barrier or dome, like some kind of microcosm of the heavens where the stars or heavenly bodies are somewhat embedded into this barrier. This barrier might be where the stars are projected from, because it would be in the center of everything. And that's how they rotate. I mean, the heavens are the ones that move around. We have a searchlight in this castle for this one. So they're giving you more information as time goes on. Even different places, like in this one, this is a totally different place. Look at the title, what it represents. You have a masjid that is founded on dirar, right? Harm. There is, let me see here. The moon features a lot in these ones. The moon is actually put as an overlay of this barrier. I'm not sure if it has anything to do with the roofs of silver or something to do with that, but here is the actual place in its heyday in history. You can see some kind of remnant as it fades in, the kind of red and green patterns of Fajr, sunset and sunrise, almost kind of hint at auroras as well. Let me see. You're starting to see how the day changes, the darkening of the day, the brightening of the day, more red. There's another Santa Claus as well. Yeah, I mean, here, the titles even give away some of the features as well, because they add all kinds of, mounds or mounts here from, Allah says, we made you atwaran or tours, like mounds, people, qubur, they're resurrected from. This one, they kind of hide behind the excuse of London, England. You can't see it, it's pretty small, but this one opens with this clock tower, okay, reminiscent of the hour in Saudi, how they recreated as a clock tower there, as well as a bridge, some kind of bridge. They have a Jamarat bridge in Saudi today, but you can imagine what bridge in the actual place, what that actually leads to. This one tries to show that the way to pass there is through the sea. There is a sea in between you and that place. I could get into that maybe if it's like, 50,000 kilometers around roughly from the center of our little pond. And here you see that the architectural styles are like merged into this one place. There's about 4 or 5 different types of structures used in these films that they put in this one opening here. And that could suggest the, cultural exchange, architecture, religious traditions that we've inherited. We've remembered some fraction of them are from one origin point in our history. Here we see the actual outline of this place is followed by inspired by a true story. It was definitely inspired by a true story. This one has some kind of a glitching. I can't show that, obviously. This is another place here. I would suggest that Al-Safa and Al-Marwa have some kind of structures built on them as well. Yeah, and so all of that stuff is going to become relevant when you start to see what are the contextual features of this place. Okay, I've already mentioned a few in there. So, let me see here. One thing I didn't put here was the 100. And the 100 I've shown in other live streams that has the actual places in there. More features. This started in 2023 with their 100th year anniversary. But interestingly enough, see, you can't see it here, but there's a pride rock on this side indicating As-Safa. And there is a Matterhorn, Matar, mother. It's like relating to a mountain Marwa in this sense. Something about the movement of the sun and the moon requires more study. I've already mentioned that the sun has its own rising places, 2 of them, and its own setting places, 2 of them. And we get a bit of a hint throughout the year what kind of shape that takes. Okay, this is the shape that we would call analemma. It happens with the moon and the sun, which act in unison. They're like pairs of each other. Even in Islamic traditions, they're aware, even though they don't actually ascribe the implications of what this means, but this regular motion of the sun because apparently the messenger was asked, where does the sun set, where does it rise? And this is speech ascribed to him, saying it never ceases nor disappears. It sets in one place and rises in another, and sets in another place and rises elsewhere. So this knot created, you could infer, is around this central balad, this central realm, where they are showing you this city lies in the center of. Analema or An-al-Umm, about the mother of cities, the motherland. This again just so happens to be how we write the number 8. It's almost like these two halves of the jinn and the ins. Like I mentioned in Ibrahim's story, he saw what happens to these heavenly bodies we're all accustomed to once it crosses this boundary, and then it comes back. It's almost like this sujood. Allah subjects these things, lowers them, not just physically, energy. It lowers them in capacity. Because on the other side, which is where they say the spirits come from, the other side, the outer space, it's totally different how that's observed. And interestingly enough, this is how we talk about, this is how we represent the, the symbol infinity. This symbol is used in Buddhism called the eternal knot. This 100 here, if you look carefully, it's not 100, it's the number 1. And these are O's. O's, circles, perfect circles, not zeros, and they're conjoined together, like this shape, the lazy 8, infinity, which is, the shape is called lemniscate, from the same origin as analemma. Okay? I'm not saying I understand how that looks like, but clearly we have a lot to understand from the signs around us how the unseen works. Which brings me to the moon. The moon is the only other thing of, we can clearly observe there are features there of great detail that we need to really reflect why the moon shows this every month. And even the phases and the shapes the phases make are also not an accident. The way that this Mare Crisium, this, what they call Mare Crisium, I'm going to show you all the features on the moon. All the lunar surface are aquatic, maritime. Basically, this half moon, this third quarter they call it, or first quarter, which is split down the middle, it goes roughly in the middle of these two types of land masses. These smaller kind of islands, okay, and this larger kind of more conglomerate just so happens to fall on either side of this midline formed from the half moon. That's why Google, in October and November, drawing attention to the half moon, even putting this little 6 pattern here with a central 7th dot. I'm going to get into that, why that is. Have you ever looked at the continent of Antarctica? I'm not saying this is Antarctica. I'm not saying this is the South Pole. I'm just taking it broadly. This is what appears on every globe in the world in modern times. And the shape of this, it just so happens to resemble a brain, a human brain. Okay? The line where they draw the mountains, the trans-Antarctic mountains, splits Antarctica into an eastern half and a western half. Okay? You can represent on a flat representation of our continents, okay, even though it's not to scale, whatever, a midline that cuts them where the international date line would be, and you have larger masses like this, okay, and smaller ones, more elongated masses, okay. Just tip over Australia on its side. You can see the similarities in the Horn of Australia, or whatever, the Great Bight they call it, and then the Horn of Africa they call it. You can see the large kind of Eurasian peninsula. Then you have all kinds of islands conjoined with South America, more elongated. Similar, but not the same. Same with Antarctica. Antarctica is this large kind of cerebral, the larger mass of the landmass of Antarctica on the globe. And then this smaller, skinnier continent, you can look on old maps that free of ice, Antarctica is depicted, similar to this, as two continents. Okay? Now what's interesting about this is there's a lot of buzz going around that the moon basically is a mirror of our Earth, and if you just kind of play around with the contrast and flip the moon here and there and sideways, and you can somewhat sort of get some kind of like our continents, but it looks very strange to how we would map them out. I'm going to tell you that fortunately that's not the reality, and what the moon actually shows us is land we've never actually been to. The land is somewhere represented in the patterns we see in our world. But this is actually not land as we know it. It's actually coral. And the reason why it's coral is because the moon is a foundational heavenly body luminary for the realm of jinn. Specifically, the realm where shaitan comes from, Iblis. So, I don't know what the sun reveals about our world to them, but definitely we get this camera photo of the qamar, telling us features of their world, at least one realm of it. Now what's interesting about this is that this would explain why this is cut off as a circle here. There's no evidence that it's three-dimensional whatsoever. We see the same face throughout the eons, we're told, of human history. And you're going to see that we actually see on the moon the lunar jinn version of two continents on either side of us. If you haven't known by now, just watch my videos. We are from this subcategory of humans called Beni Israel, Israelites, Israeli. It's a race of humans, okay, from Adam. These lands squished together in our world from west and east, exactly how they put Antarctica, west and east, and they have opposite features because the people on them, humans, have opposite features as well. Thamud Wa'ad. Okay? Why is this Ad? They have more land. Ad are more numerous. Allah says in the Qur'an that, I could talk about this more in part 8 obviously, but Hud says to them, your Lord increased you in the creation. Ad means repetition as well. Aada, yu'idu. Eid is a repeating holiday. So that means in number, that's not in size. We're told that Ad are giants or something like that. There's no proof of that in the Quran whatsoever. They're increased in number. This is where most of the population of the earth now even lives, as a sign of the unseen. Here, what do we have? The opposite, Thamud. Less land, bigger stature. Bigger people, bigger humans. Stronger humans, more power, more authority. Okay, that's why the West dominates our world. Politically, culturally. Now, the brain has opposite features that can be studied in these two parts. This is the cerebrum, the cortex, higher functioning processes, language, connections, and then this is the brainstem. The brainstem is survival, your heartbeat, your breathing, fight or flight. Well, no, I shouldn't say fight or flight, but basically survival, who lives and who dies, those functions, not higher order. Okay? So these people, okay, called Ad, they tend to make connections that are wrong. Shirk, that's making connections that are wrong. These are the three sons of Adam. Okay? We are in the middle. We're the middle child. And what's interesting about this is we inhabit a realm. This is so controversial to even bring up, but just bear with me. Do you not see the faces in this? Okay, if you were to actually have a bird's eye view of this continent, no one's produced an actual photograph of this continent. If they did, I mean, they have the outline for us right there, and nobody even noticed the faces on it. Just like you see the faces on Mars. And apparently that's all pareidolia. Listen, at this stage in the game, you're not allowed to believe in coincidences. You're not allowed. Everything has a purpose in the end if you pay attention. Follow the breadcrumbs Allah puts before you. This is a term made by those that don't confide by the unseen. That's before Salat, before most of the Qur'an. يُؤْمِنُونَ بِالْغَيْبِ. Now look at the differences in the features. You have this wide, kind of larger skull, wider face. There's no beard or anything like this. And here, you have this almost like kind of beard, very small burgeoning of the forebrain. So it's like, you know, right in our faces, this like, we can see that what Allah is talking about, we've never come into contact with in modern times. And then we have another face here. You can see it right here. I just turned it around. This is the Antarctic Treaty flag. You can see the outline. This is us. The burgeoning of the forebrain, okay, and the brainstem. This is what you would call Homo sapiens, okay, a hominid from Adam. I'm not saying the other ones are not intelligent. They definitely are, but I'm saying that you have to understand what the differential is in the world. They even call this island here Ross Island. Ross. Ross is the word for head. They know exactly what they're doing. And what's interesting about this is, I'm going to talk more about this in the next part. But this is the human family. Ahl, ahlika. I can show you in the Qur'an. Ahlaka aad al-ula. Okay? These are dominant races of humans. These are the two sons of Adam in the Qur'an. This is why this story is related to Bani Israel as a reminder to not become like these forebears, your brothers. Why does Allah talk about, we sent to them their brother this, and their brother that? They are brothers. 3 brothers originate all the human offspring. Okay? This is not a coincidence. Ras. Okay? You can even find another kind of more tormented type of head here, but that's something I haven't analyzed yet. Okay? Moving on. So here we have the geographic terminology. Okay? Balad, Qarya, Medina, Mulk. What does that refer to? Well, this is the point of the whole fractal nature of our world. Qarya, the center of the center. Qarya relates to a city. And that's what Makkah actually is. Makkah is al-Qura. Okay? She's like the seed land with all of the information to create all the lands and all the features around her. Even the ones above and below. It's quite astonishing what this seed came from it. Okay, this mother. That's why Allah calls in the first part, the only mention of the word Makkah is with the word batan, a belly, a stomach, a womb, a navel. Okay? Medina, often confused for city, you can find that this is province, the provincial district of any city. Okay? Especially the one in the center. What you'll understand and appreciate is whatever is in the center has the most dominance and relevance and influence in the world immediately around it. And this is why the realm is called balad. They used to call realms palatinate. A palatine or palatinate in Roman times, medieval times. Now that word became planet, balda, balanet, balanata. Like I was mentioning before, when the heavens and the earth were joined. They left traces of them as they were raised and divided into 7. Those traces we're walking on today. That's why balad and planet, it's not a coincidence that those terms are related. Blood, also related to balad, bilad. Flood, probably also distantly related. Mulk is this dominion that is the jurisdiction of this balad, Medina, a jurisdiction of this city. Okay? You're going to appreciate this as time goes on. If you need to pause the video anywhere, by all means. Sometimes it takes time to really appreciate what you're looking at when it's staring you in the face. And the whole time we were told our earth is an ostrich egg, okay? And we never understood what that means. I'm not aware of any kind of barrier in that sense, or domes or whatever around these bilad, but this is what they actually are. There's 6 of them around the 7th one. This corresponds to the 7 heavens. The 7 notes within an octave. The octave is basically the end of our temporary world. That's the akhirah. And that is represented by this 8-sided shape we talked about in the beginning. This is the center part of it, and those around her. This is the seed of life. 7 circles. Okay? 1 in the center. The flower of life from the seed of life. And you're going to see this actually created by the disturbance patterns of these circles. This would be the balad Mecca is in the center of, and this is where we are. I didn't do all the features here, but this is the dividing line. Shatra, al-Hijr, okay? The Ahqaf around, okay, the Ahqaf around here, Qaf mountains, Hijr, stony tract. Here you have Thamud, they get their own balad. You have Aad, they get their own balad. And here is Shaitan's homeworld, his balad, okay? The other 2 I probably will have to discuss in the other video. There's just so much to cover. I'm already, hours into it. And interesting enough, I mean, this makes a lot of sense when you think about the word arsh can be described as a nest, the word for a nest as well. Whether it's above your head as a cradle, or it's on the earth as something spread out. They say ostrich egg, ostrich nest. Well, this could probably be like a circle within a sphere in the shape of an egg. And I can talk more about that in the next part. But as far as I can see, the spreading out of what they call an ostrich egg is an ostrich nest with eggs or worlds or divisions in there. I put these letters here to show where they would lie, these as notes on a standard 5-staff scale of a musical scale. This would be treble clef because that's the higher one. And interestingly, if you look at the image of a treble clef, it looks exactly like this. There's another tail end of it. And a bass clef looks like a unfinished, in the shape of like a C, what the moon kind of looks like in a way with 2 dots. That's a whole other thing I don't want to delve too much into. But this would be F on this line in the treble scale, treble clef, D, B, G, E. Okay. Even Sam Gerrans alluded to something like this. It didn't make a whole lot of sense at the time, but when I look back, I was like, well, clearly he had some kind of foresight of, some structure going on when you put 3 around the center on one side, 3 around the center on the other side. That goes back to the thing I was showing you earlier with ma'anaqa. Okay, this is why they come in pairs. These are the outskirts of the center. All right, now you can see it if you rewind the video. Okay, so yeah, basically the moon is showing us the features of this world. Okay, and the features of this world, half of it is here in land form, half of it here is in land form, and in our world, in the middle, because we're the middle child, middle space, in the world of humans versus the world of jinn, okay, we get some kind of version of that. It's not exactly the same for a reason. So let's measure it out. What are the largest numbers in the Quran when it comes to time and space? 100,000 by far is the largest number mentioned. 50,000 is the second largest. And this word 50,000 is in this series of videos, which is interesting to say the least, that try to show that the Earth is basically on the moon, our world, and these are our continents here. No problem. I mean, you have more human-type features of continents here, more jinn-type features, because there's way more of them. I won't get into it at this point. That's something for another video. But what's interesting about this is this calculation. Where did that come from? 50,000. I played around with the calculations of that number, and that number is associated with a word in the Quran. تعرج الملائكة وروح إليه في يوم كان مقداره 50,000 سنة. This is talking about temporal years. 50,000, okay? But this measure, miqdar, is related to the word qadar. Allah is He's not simply the all-powerful. He's not simply the one that is, competent, all-capable. This word qadar is related to decree. He's passed decree over everything. And that number is related to the proportion of that decree. Let me show you. 50,000, right? Miqdar. Allahu ya'lamu ma tahmilu kullu untha, that every female carries. وَمَا تَغِيضُ الْأَرْحَامِ. This is plural, wombs, okay? Plural of raham. وَمَا تَزْدَادُ, what they increase. وَكُلُّ شَيْءٍ عِنْدَهُ بِمِقْدَارٍ. He is the knower of the unseen and the shahada. Let me show you another one. يُدَبِّرُ الْأَمْرَ مِنَ السَّمَاءِ إِلَى الْأَرْضِ ثم يعرج إليه في يوم كان مقداره 1000 سنة. So you have 50,000, 1,000. This is the full scope of this word, the measure. This is the measure of the decree, which encompasses the entire creation. And at the very least, spatially. So let me show you what happens when you represent the diameter of our world. This is one balad, okay? Our country, the word country is balad, but from Allah's perspective, that is actually something like a realm, palatinate or a planet, okay? This is our world. If you make this the diameter, then all of a sudden, you can just see where the curiosity takes you in this endeavor. And that perfect circle, represented by the moon, because whatever that moon is, would be, the cutout of that hole would be on the surface of the earth in some representation. It's almost like you had an eye, flat, and the iris coming from the center of the pupil, okay? 50,000 diameter means the radius of 25,000. If you don't like math, you can skip the part, but I recommend that you don't because the payoff is pretty interesting. If you let pi represent 3.14, which is interesting because they tell us pi is a repeating number, because really the only excuse is that if you don't make it a repeating number, at least to many decimal places, it doesn't work. But here, if you just make it 3.14, okay, what you get is a perfect number. And I think it all stems from the fact that we never work with sizes and scales this large because we're in them, we're part of it. But Allah does work with scales this large. So the 3.14 fits. And I'll show you why. If you want to calculate the circumference of the outline of our balad, You get 2 times pi, represented 3.14, times the radius, which is half of 50,000 kilometers, 25,000 kilometers. By the way, this number, 25 and 50, is the proportion used for time in the calendar as well. Was it Nuh? 1,000 years, except 50. Right? I'll talk about that later. So this is what you get, exactly 157,000 kilometers, even number. This is what you expect from a designer that deals with absolutes. Allah. Perfectly whole numbers, no decimals. Okay? The whole squaring the circle thing is really interesting when you think about it, because if you have a setup where the squares and the circles are in unison, in harmony, you're talking about the master designer. He is Allah. There is no creator like him. Not even close, not even a contest. He is all-powerful. All power belongs to him. Everything from the heavens and the earth belongs to him. No imperfections in his design. It all has a purpose. The area of a circle of this is pi times the radius squared. So you just square the radius, 3.14, you get exactly 1,962,500,000. 1.9 billion. 1,962,500,000 kilometers squared. That's the area of this circle. Okay, we're not even at the full world yet. So the consistency is that every single individual realm, okay, has that area along with ours. Every single one. Okay? So that's why they tell you it's a small world, because relative to the rest of the worlds, the rest of these realms, it is small. Relative to what we're privy to, it is small. So now let's calculate the area of the entire thing. So think about it this way. You have this diameter 50,000. You have another, so this is exactly three perfect circles wide. This is a 3 by 3 square. Okay? That represents the habitable world of jinn and ins collectively. All right? 3 squared, 9 squares. 9 is the last digit. However, you add another row of squares around the whole thing. Now you get the entire world. Okay? That's 5 squares. 25 squares. Again, that number comes again. 5 being the middle digit has so much influence in the world of numbers. This is why you have 5 fingers, 5 toes. There's so much symbolism around 5 in Islam today. The habitable world diameter, okay, that's what we're talking about here, is just 50,000 times 3. 3 circles wide. 150,000 kilometers. Half of that is the radius of the circle. You get the habitable world circumference. Okay, 471,000 kilometers. These are distances that are unimaginable. Okay. Now that makes the area of the entire thing, just this circle alone, 17,662,500,000 kilometers square. That's exactly 9 times more area than each of these beled. Okay, each one individually, 9 times more. 1 and 9. It's perfect. So this is an alam, a world. Okay? Alimin is everything, higher planes, lower planes. Alimin could even be the actual figures in that world. World dwellers, if you want. He is your Lord. So this plane, okay, has a constructed 3-dimensional sphere around this plane. Okay. Now what's interesting is that let me find it here. This would be around the entire world, including the mountains. Okay? And that would make it around this entirely. So one square, because of the diameter here, 50,000 kilometers times 5, 250,000 kilometers diameter of the circle around the mountains and around everything. Okay, and what's interesting about that is, let me find it here. Yeah, this would be around the entirety of it, okay, in the 5 by 5 grid. Allah says in the Quran, have we not made the earth spacious? That's not just in 2 dimensions. That's also above and below you as well. And these are the results of the volume of space before that you hit that dome. This is based on the radius being consistent in a sphere, a cross-section of it. Okay? 125,000 kilometers. So you divide it by 2, and you get this space in volume above your head. Then we have to account for their 7, and I would imagine that they're consistent height because things tend to be consistent when it comes to this level of the creation. If you have a radius 125,000 kilometers up, you go up there in the, upwards direction, straight up from the center, and this is why the straight path is here and nowhere else. That will be 125,000 kilometers. You just keep adding that for each level, each layer you reach. You reach the first one, the second one, the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one, the sixth one, the seventh one. With a total height of the 7 heavens, where they start, 875,000 kilometers. And the plane extends underneath them. I already talked about these gardens in the 2D. This is looking at a cross-section in 3D space. This is up, this is down. The white circle represents our world, the jinn and the ins, okay, above and below. In the Quran, Allah says He made the 7 heavens in layers, tibaqan, like the shell of a turtle, okay. But guess what? There's another distance here, and that makes it 1,000,000. So Allah talks about Jannah. Jannah is another 125,000 kilometers above the beginning of the 7th firmament, which makes it 1,000,000. 1,000,000 kilometers between this plane all the way to Jannah above your head. So that makes the temporal creation, this whole thing. So these heavens and this plane is going to be dissolved. It will be just squashed by this. This is the akhirah, and this is the akhirah as well. The temporal creation is 2,000,000 kilometers in height, 2,000,000 kilometers in length, width, accommodating all these 7 ribs, 2 sets of 7 ribs, tara'ib, that form the firmaments of the heavens. The shoreline of this Al-Aqsa, okay, is 1,000,000 kilometers up. That's 20 times. Jannah is 20 times the distance of our realm's diameter. That resolves the 19, and that represents the akhirah, 20. And Jannah is exactly 4 times the distance of the entire world's diameter here. So, what's interesting is, it says here that in the Quran, with this symbol that we talked about, hasten towards forgiveness from your Lord and a haven, عرضها السماوات والأرض. The width of this garden is the width of the firmaments and the earth. Notice how the word for width is ard. It just has an ayn instead of an alif for the word ard, for earth. That's what the earth is. The earth is basically a width on every level. So, this is prepared. It's ready. عدت. عدت. Again, Surah Al-Hadid. Race towards مغفرة من ربكم وجنة عرضها كعرض عرض السماء والأرض. The 7 firmaments are one big sama. And this one, I mean, you have to look at these things like in harmony. Okay? This is what I was building up to when it comes to this. I put this in here as an hourglass because that's the shape of it. An hourglass. You know that every firmament has its command. Every samawat from the samawat has commands flowing down. The straight path going up to Makkah. Sirat al-Jahim going down. Okay. There's no coincidences. This is how every level you see the same thing. You can look at this as a 2D. Seated on the right, seated on the left. World of the ins, world of the jinn. Circular, square. No coincidences. 3D, 2D works the same way. And that brings us to our balad, Madian. You hear a lot about Madian, and what's interesting thing about that is we never actually told anything about Madian other than it's in between, you know, it's part of the Hijaz region or whatever in Arabia today, and that's about it. Shu'aib and all this. But just look at the word Median, 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 Median. What do you think that implies? Some type of middle. Medialis. They even put this word, okay, when they talk about we have made you a median community. They know that this wasata means central, okay? But they put it median as an inside joke for Median. He made you a Median community. Because this is where you are right now. This is a major thing. It's not a tiny little community. Okay. Come to them news of the ones from before them. قوم نوح وعاد وثمود وقوم إبراهيم وأصحاب مدين والمؤتفكات. Look at all the was in there. Nuh, Ad, Thamud. This is all taken as one thing. Okay. Their messengers came and proved. That means their messengers have something to do with all of these civilizations. Do you notice how when Allah says towards Thamud, we sent you towards Thamud, we sent you towards Ad, we sent you towards Midian. That means this is a location. But I already told you Thamud and Ad are names as well of all the offspring from those ancestors. I would suggest that this is actually a female's name, Midian. And we have another name like that as well, Maryam. Maryam as well. Madian. Maidan. Maidan is something, a plaza in Arabic. It's stretched out. It's like in a square. Maddada, something that's spread out. Median. Medina. Medina is a province of the center city, the Qarya. Maiden. Maiden is a woman. Deen in there as well. So you see all of these things associated with this word. Ahl Madian versus Ashab Madian. Ashab means people that don't actually belong there. And they just came there and occupied it. Companions of Madian. Then you have Ahl Madian, family. You can actually have in the Quran so much information missed because we don't realize how multifaceted the Arabic words in the Quran are. Something can be a place and it can be a name, a proper name. And it can be a concept as well. Okay? Like Maryam. Maryam. Where did she go in the Quran? Do we know anything about this? Why is so much about our world just blurred into the things that we're presented with? Qawm Shu'aib, Israel. There's 3 sha'b. I'll talk about all this later, but I just want to present this first. See, does it have any weight? I guess, I don't know. We'll have to see. Ashab Madyan, Kudhiba Musa. Musa comes after this long list. These lists should be studied way more. كذبت قبلهم قوم نوح وعاد وثمود. This is this triad here. Okay? 3 dots triad. Nuh, Aad, Thamud. I'll show you where Nuh was in a minute. Qawm Ibrahim. Now this is a qawm. These are, Qawm Nuh represents a sha'b called Bani Israel. These are not qawms. Never in the Quran does it ever say Qawm Aad, Qawm Thamud. They're treated as names that people and places take from that person, that ancestor. Lut, Madian, Kudhiba Musa. Okay? Musa has ashab as well. Musa was in Madian as well. Reflect on this. And then you have Yathrib. There's only 2 locations in the entire Quran that have this word Ahl in there. We're just taught that the word Medina, it means, it's just the word that the Prophet gave for the word city Yathrib. But there's nothing to suggest that that's at all the case. So, what we see here is the word Yathrib. You can look at the root Tharaba, to blame, to censure, and who that reminds you of as well. The one who was not satisfied with his Lord and what he presented to the angels of Adam. Ahl Yathrib, Ahl Madian. Think about it. Everything has to be paired in association. Okay? Saba. Saba is a chapter of the Quran, 34. Maryam is a chapter of the Quran, 19. You have this word, Qawm Tub'a. This word is mentioned only twice in the Quran. Ashab al-Ras, only mentioned twice in the Quran as well. Okay? All of these terminologies are not there for flowery speech. They're there to show you the distinction categorically of what's being described. Now, Yathrib. You remember those idols? Idols, whether they're gods or idols, Alihati, of Musa or of Nuh's people, right? Qawm Nuh. Waddan. You have Sawa'a, Yaghuth, Ya'uq. Why with this Ya in there? Ya'juj or Ma'juj. Does the Ya imply agency? Like Yahweh. Yahweh is Shaitan, probably Shaitan, from the Hawa, Ahwahum. That's just what they call him in the biblical tradition. Yahweh. He desires. Yathrib. Yathrib has a city called Saba. Now, the framework of how things are in the jinn world could be very different because the jinn are situated differently than the humans. Humans are centralized. Everybody descended from Adam has something to do with centrality to how their worlds are structured. However, the jinns, extremes. That's where they live, extremes. All of these things are mapped by the scientists today as seas. Mare, mare serenitatis, mare tranquillitatis, mare crisium, mare frigoris. This means frigid, shivering. This means crisis, tranquility, serenity. There's a big ocean here, okeanos, but these are little seas. Why did they name them seas? Have they ever been there? No, there's no pictures of anyone setting foot on there at all. But there's something to the reason of why they called them seas, because what you'll notice about the jinns is they don't have the same framework that we have. We have land and sea. They have the law of the sea, maritime. And the reason is because coral is mentioned twice in the Quran. One time, it's contrasted with lu'lu', marjan. Where have you seen this word marjan from? From the thing that the jan are made from. That's the same root, marijin. Marijin, maraja, marriage. Okay, marjan, coral. That's what you see on the moon. Coral formations. You see that in the moon. Coral formations. This is coral on our world. It's like the land that forms from the ocean, from the bottom. The land we have is earth, like it's soil. It forms from what Allah sent down. Now, marriage. وَخَلَقَ الْجَانَ مِنْ مَارِجٍ مِنْ نَارٍ. This is a very particular jan. A jan is an individual being from the collective jinn. This one is Iblis, but basically it applies to all of them. They're made from this principle. مَارِجٍ مِنْ نَار. Okay, you'll notice that the red coloration, okay, of Ashab al-Shimal, the green coloration Ashab al-Yamin, denotes that our world is said to be like a pre-Jannah. Okay? Fields and greenery and soil and fruits and trees. Our world is just an example, some kind of a similarity to it. Their world is similar to Jahannam. Look at this. This word marjan implies something aquatic. Maraja al-Bahrain. The seas. That's what the seas do. Okay? We can't possibly fathom what this implies. But look at this. Corals. You wonder that you think this is just made up, that it's not coral up there or anything. This is the name of a project about the lunar surface. They just so happened to name it corals. They had to name it that, corals. Like, I couldn't think of any other type of some kind of a acronym for that. The search for ice. Wow, must be very cold up there. It probably is. That's probably why these beings are made of fire. Now, if you think about it, let me just see, where is this? Yeah, you can look at this on your own time. This is what they've been known for a long time. This is a note I found from a file. It says, the 5 ramparts of Copernicus, one of the early astronomers that studied the moon, in our official history, nonetheless, could not have been formed by any other process than the secular growth of corals and their successive sinkings beneath the ancient Imbrian Sea. That's this sea right here. Back in the day, even the last century, there's a theory in the scientific world that these formations were made from corals of a very ancient sea. Now they've just totally thrown it out the window, and it's about meteors hitting and making the craters. Okay. But clearly, al-marjan doesn't simply mean any kind of coral you find there. It's talking about an entire thing. And look at this. I mentioned before that Sabah, they put in Africa for a reason. You can actually move this picture 90 degrees, okay? Move it 90 degrees. And what you'll see is the outline of what looks like some kind of a artistic similarity to Africa, the continent we're aware of. Looks like this. And there's a little island next to it. And this little island is also represented here on the moon. If anything, the moon is a picture of some kind of jinn version of Africa. Not to mention what I mentioned previously. But look at it. It's clearly there in some kind of a different formation. Did you know that Madagascar gets its name, apparently, from Marco Polo's misreading of Arabic? And originally, the word was Island of the Assembly, listed alongside Island of the Moon. So this thing called Jazirat al-Mala'i and Jazirat al-Qamar, island of the council or assembly, island of the moon, became Madagascar. That's right here. Mare Crisium, the only one, has some kind of negative connotation to the rest of them. Serenity, peace, fertility, nectar, vapors, clouds. Yeah, you have some storms in here, whatever, but this is crisis. This one actually is what people observe when they look at how the moon rotates in the sky in 2 dimensions like a clock. They follow this Mare Crisium, like Madagascar. Comoros Islands today are named after the moon, next to Africa. I mentioned this in the stream. The story of Saba happened here, in this world, in this realm. And that's why there only a fariqan of them believed, and the rest of them followed the assumption of Iblis. Not Shaitan, Iblis. His personal name is mentioned in that story of Saba, in the surah of the same name, because that's where he comes from. This extreme position, okay, has a huge influence over this moon realm. The moon is constantly compared to the jinn as well, all the time. This is the verse that mentions Yathrib. قالت طائفة طائفة. Look at this. طائفين, a visitation. طائف. Those that circumambulate. الطائف from شيطان. إن الذين اتقوا إذا مسهم طائف من الشيطان. You have to wonder. Tufan, a flood. She said, ta'ifatun, said. Are they all speaking in unison? How many of this are in this group or this party? This is how jinn talk. I'm not saying conclusively that's what it is, but you can see that this is contrasted with Median, where the human story comes alive. This is mentioned only once in the Quran. Yathrib. لا مقام لكم فارجعوا. فريقا منهم النبي. The Nabi was sent not just to humans. The deen doesn't just comprise humans. بيوتنا عورة. عورة. أقطارها. This is not simply just sides. These are something I'm going to talk about in a bit. Misr. This is really the most important thing to take away from this. This is where the central realm, what it is. And you can already tell where they got the word Mars from. It's from this word, Misr. Just they change it around, Mars. Mars. With so many things in Arabic, and the language is derived from Arabic, with this concept, martyr, mortis, Martian. This is a witness, by the way, martyrs and witnesses. Martes, Tuesday. March, the month. Imra'ata, marata, mar'i. These are all related to Mars, Marut. So, this is the most important one because we're told that this means Egypt. Sometimes it's called settlement in the Quran. And one time it's called a kingdom or dominion. Fir'aun is the one. And this is where it gets really tricky because he tells his people, is it not for me, Misra's mulk, and these of the anhar, tajri min tahdi? Does it say outright that's where he lived? No. No, it doesn't. But clearly, mulk is used all over the Quran for very vast, wide things. And here, they identify the one of importance by name. Ya Musa, we will never endure upon a food of one kind. Pray for us, your Lord. They talk about all of these things. Would you exchange that which is adna, that which is khair? And then he uses this word, ihbitu misran. This word, ihbitu, is used for going down in elevation, like a rock rolling down a hill. This is the highest land. It makes sense. It's the most important one we could ever imagine on this plane. This is used for Jannah. Allah says, go down. Go down. He tells Nuh as well. Descend, go down, disembark. Okay? Disembark other nations from you. And then we see أوحينا إلى موسى أخيه أن تبوى لقومكما بمصر بيوتا. Make your houses qibla, one qibla. All your houses, one qibla. وأقيموا الصلاة. This is where Bani Israel have a major role to play. This word qibla, I've already shown, is this attraction point of the world. It's not simply a direction of prayer. It's a direction of the salat. That's where you go towards the salat there. The central salat. Or the central community. This is why, look at this, Yusuf. His two forefathers enter upon Yusuf. Awa. This is used for seeking refuge, sheltering. Okay? Towards him, his two forefathers. Enter Misra in sha'a Allahu aminin. Why would it ever say this about Egypt on our maps? This thing is like a door. It's like some kind of a coveted land. And right after it says, وَرَفَعَ أَبَوَيْهِ عَلَى الْعَرْشِ. What is this arsh? What could it possibly be? This is the way people ascend from this land. The arsh, Allah, He has an arsh. It's above, right smack dab above this place. I'm going to show you some features of this place that they put on this map, because they give you lots of little hints in there. Cairo. What does Cairo mean? Cairo is named after Mars. Cairo, Egypt today, it's named after Mars. It literally means Qahir, the victorious, indicating war. That's why Mars is the planet of war. The star, the victorious star. Qahara, Cairo. Look at where this is used. يَوْمَهُمْ بَارِزُونَ. This is related to barzakh. لا يخفى على الله منهم شيء لمن الملك. There's the word mulk. اليوم. Remember, you're going towards a day. There are 7 days. 6 of them are already there. 1 of them is pending. لله الواحد القهار. That's the word Cairo. Root for Cairo. Qahira. That's why Egypt is called Misr. Misr. Think about that root. The word for money, civilization, Masari, Masra. This is the high point of all civilization. I'll show you some more etymology. That's why it's in the center of the Arab world. Egypt. Qabt. يا صاحبي السجن أأرباب متفرقون خير أم الله الواحد القهار. This is used many times. I'm just showing you that this is part of the Qur'an. Misr. Look at this. We're going to go to the etymology, masara, okay? Now, it could be from the root sarar as well, but this is what they, let me show you. Sarar, persistent, insistent, musir. Let's go to the meme sad ra one. Egypt, but not just Egypt, big city, metropolis, capital. Okay. Al-Amsar al-Islamiyya, the Islamic countries are plural Egypts. Misr, country, Egypt, Masr. Cairo, Egyptian, has all the Egyptian ones here. Dhaga, like the belly, the navel. The bowels, to found or settle, civilize, colonize. We came from Mars. We're not going to colonize Mars. That's where we came from. That's where our species was created. We're colonized this place. That's why we don't belong here necessarily. We're going to return back. That's why this guy, this actor, is called Elon Musk. Elon wants to occupy Mars. You know that because the Nazi that worked with Walt Disney, Dr. Werner von Braun, made the V2 rocket, made a book called Project Mars. And there he said, in a science fiction hypothetical scenario of the future, humans were led to Mars and colonized it, administered by a person called Elon, before the man we call Elon today was even born. This is all theater, because they know what this represents. It's not out there in the sky. It's across. It's thousands and thousands of kilometers away. Look at the word for Egypt, Copt. The Coptic Egyptian, okay? Qubt. That's the word in Arabic for Egyptians. Qubt, where the word Egypt, Agaptos, comes from. You just turn that around and you get the word for pole. Qutb, North Pole, Qutb, where things are collected, things that attract you, the axis or pivot or hub, or electrical pole in geography, astronomy, in every way. Polar region is on Mars, of Egypt, Qutb, Qabat. The Arabic language exposes the reality. Elon refers to a tree. Ilana in Hebrew, great tree. I'm not sure what the Arabic equivalent, but you can imagine there's a great tree there with a mosque, with the pole, and we're simply miskeen. Miskeen means people that are away from their home. They're finding their tranquility. They're finding their place of sakana. And Bab, Elon, Babel, people, Bible is all part of the same thing. Babel is right here. وَاتَّبِعُوا مَا تَطْلُوا الشَّيَاطِينَ عَلَى الْمُلْكِ سُلَيْمَانِ. Where does this Mulki Suleimani? You have to wonder. Clearly there's a few options, right? But this one is right between the realms of jinn and ins. That's what he administered. There's no kingdom like Suleiman's. وَمَا كَفَرَ سُلَيْمَانُ وَلَكِنَّ الشَّيَاطِينَ الْكَفَرُوا. That's why الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا are shayateen, right there. They taught the masses السحر. وَمَا أُنزِلَ عَلَى مَلَاكَيْنِ بِبَابِلَ. Where is that? Babel is basically this entire name of this plane. Okay? So it's a lot bigger than you can imagine, but it makes sense that all of this, Makkah, Ashab al-Kahf wal-Raqim, Qawm Nuh, Bani Adam, the Cairo cross the Romans had. The Romans are all tied to Mars. They named all the planets Roman names. Ar-Rum is what the believers celebrate, their victory. Cairo, this cross, the banner in our official history of the Romans. They're not Christians, no proof of that. Cairo, it's there. Cairo, you have it there. Hieros. The Egyptians had hieroglyphs. Hero means holy in Latin. Hero in English means a fighter. This is where the great battle, we're going to talk about it at some point. Salam, Jerusalem, Jerusalem. Yarwi. Yarwi is something that twists, like DNA. Silmi. Silmi is the ladder. Suleiman is named after. Okay? All of this is taken into consideration when you're talking about this. That's why this is, when you look at this map, they didn't name this randomly. Okay? Right here, you see that? It says Arabia. Arabia. Right here it says Noach's Terra, Noah's land. Okay? His people. Here you have Terra Sabea, Saba. They're across from them. They colonized both of this place. This place is at the fringe of both worlds of the jinn and the ins. Chimeria, probably related to Qamari, moon. Then you have here, where is it? Solis Planum, related to the sun. Syria. Syria is north. That's why it's put here. Sinai. Sinai is north of the Arabian Peninsula. Valles Marinaris. Mariners, they're also sailors. The whole thing with the ships and Noah and Beni Israel on the seas. I'm going to show you what this means too, because this is not random as well. This you can observe in the sky, and they've made different versions of this. Okay? I'm not telling you this is the map. I'm saying they made this map on purpose to highlight something. Okay? Highlight something out there that is real. Okay? For Israel. So, let's go back. Notice how this is sea. These are the lowlands. The northern lowlands, the southern highlands. This is called the Martian dichotomy. Mars has two features across roughly its hemisphere, according to the maps they give us. This is what we see in this world, and you can just look for yourself how these things pair, you know, ashab al-yamin, ashab al-shimal, ashab al-maymana, ashab al-mash'ama, ashab al-jannati, ashab al-nar, ashab sirat al-sawiyya, ashab al-jahim, ashab Musa, ashab Madian, ashab al-a'raf, ashab al-hijr, ashab al-sabd, related to sleeping, ashab al-qabur, related to the graves, أصحاب الأيكة مدين أصحاب الرأس تبع قوم مدين, which is basically قوم شعيب. Okay. مدين والمؤتفكات, the overturned cities. الكهف والرقيم, السفينة والفيل, السجن والغار, أصحاب القرية. This is the seed of life in there. And Qawm is just another version of that. It's like a smaller designation from all the, jinns have a Qawm. Humans have Qawms, Aqwam. Qawm Salih is Thamud. Qawm Hud is Aad. Qawm Nuh, I already told you, Misr. They even put it on there on the map. They have a whole history of the Noachian era of Martian history in the sciences, because that's where that happened. And so this is a new land. This is the new world. Everything about our history reflects the Quranic history. It's just a kind of, diluted version of it. Us and our ancestors coming from the old world, settling, colonizing the new world. Okay? Today that represents the Americas, but, and Australia. Qawm as-Samiri, the idol worshippers. Qawm Lut. Notice that Antarctica split into two. Into these compacted in the middle, with both of its types of formations in here. What do you think is in the middle? I already explained, when you kind of compact the globe from north to south pole on it. What do you think? What kind of continent will be there? Ross, the head. the center. Okay? Median, the median line, all the way pointing to the center. Qam Shu'aib. This Shu'aib is something little, or, you know, two of them. Sha'bain, Shu'aib, Sulayman. Again, this is diminutive. Qawm Fir'aun, Qawm Ibrahim. I'm not putting these on these respective line masses. I'm just showing you that a lot of the history spans all of our known continents. Then obviously the unknown one as well. But here's the interesting thing is, you can see from the destruction what happened. Dhil Awtad, Dhat al-I'mad, Surah al-Fajr. Surah al-Fajr. Aad, Iram, connected with Imad. Fir'aun, connected with Dhil Awtad. Mulk Sulayman. Alladhina kafaru have no share in the mulk. Yusuf was given from the mulk. Mulk Talut. Who do you think they were fighting, Bani Israel, the first time they were given a king? What happened? They had something poured upon them. They fought something. We can't really have an equivalent to that today. Allah al-yawm la wahid al-qahhar. By his hand is the mulk. Talut mala'u bani Israel. This is not extensive, by the way, but it's meant to highlight the importance of this idea. Mulk as-samawati wal-ardi. Exactly 20 times. Al-mala'u. Al-mala'u are always these kind of eminent ones. There's eminent ones of Pharaoh, eminent ones of Noah's people, eminent ones of the Nabi Ahmad, eminent ones of the, ruler of Saba, eminent ones of Sulayman, Bani Israel, eminent ones of Thamud, eminent ones of Midian, eminent ones of Ad. You just list them all together. This word is something that fills the space. Do you think that these are simply humans? I mean, they could be humans, in some respect, but they all talk in unison, and they all talk as some kind of a advisory board. When you take out, AI or, Chat GPT or anything like that, that's what you get. You get this type of advisory of these jinns that have such a huge influence on our history. That's why the ones that follow these eminent ones, majority of the time, this word is bad. There is one that Allah has. It's called al-mala'u al-a'la. That is something that the mala'u, the shayateen, are trying to listen in on that. Allah says He fills Jahannam. Jahannam asks, are there any more? It's something that can accommodate near infinite amount of space. Okay? Al-jinnati wan-nas. Those who follow Iblis, from al-jinnati wan-nas. These are the two categories of jinns and humans sent to hell. Okay? Hudud and aqtar. Let me ask you something. Do you ever think today, in the traditional discourse around the Qur'an, that these are actually physical things? Why not? Why would the limits of Allah tells you, aqim al-hudud. Hudud Allah. Al-hudud. This is related to the word for iron, that root. Nobody would say iron is just conceptual. Aqtar, though, aqtar is related to qitr. Qitr is copper, related to nuhas. Okay, nuhas. Pass beyond the regions. This word regions is not simply that. Qatara in the Arabic language is a dripping. It's a dripping down from above. Okay? This is something I mentioned in the third part of this series. Nuhas is copper. They put it as fire. You could suggest that there is a rain of fire that comes down every once in a while on some nations. This is fire, this is copper, nuhas. This is fire. A shuwath is a flare. Okay, they call about a solar flare. That's what they show here. They say auroras are a product of solar radiation, solar flares. Look at where we have this nation today. It's in Qatar. The same word. Qatar is right next to Bahrain. That tells you that these lights are coming from the split down the middle of where the two seas meet. Basically this barrier. Mountains. And this is to prevent, unless if you have authority, in 3D. 2D space, 3D space. These are very big iron mountains. Hudud, hadid. They're sharp too, I would imagine, because that's what iron is used for. Hadid is related to hidad, sharp. And these beings in the Quran have literally sharp tongues. And you see them revolving their eyes. This is plural. This is not two eyes. They have probably multiple eyes. And it says here, as if one in the throes of the death. They smite you by their tongues, sharp. Doesn't sound like humans there, but those are the enemies of the believers. Hadid, this root. Hadduna, a position, limits. Allah says, Aqim al-Hadud. Yuqima. Where's the salat here? Limits. Uphold them, establish them. It all has to make sense. There's a whole list of everything that has the word aqimu before it. Qitr. Qitr is related to copper. This is why you have in their history Bronze Age, copper. Iron Age. What is that? Hadid. Yes, hadid comes in many colors. But in our blood, it comes as red. So I would suggest this is what keeps humans out. The jinn, though, they're blue bloods. They have a different system, and copper appears as green in the sky and blue in nature. Blue-green, red-black. So what's interesting about this is these lights are basically related to a fire, a punishment, a barrier, a physical barrier. And even the word for train is called qitar. Why is it called qitar? A railroad, because it spans the trade system of that city, Makkah, of that blessed Holy Land. They told Musa, go to the Holy Land. They didn't want to fight because between them and that place are very menacing opponents. Giants, basically. Now look at this. 79:30. وَالْأَرْضَ بَعْدَ ذَلِكَ دَحَاهَا. They say this is ostrich egg, right? Spreading the earth. This is the only usage of this root. Dah. And look, it's the capital of Qatar. Daha. Duha. The relationship to the morning light of the sun. Duha with a dad. Look at what it means. A great tree, a huge tree with numerous branches and plentiful leaves. That's the name of the capital of the company, of the country where this Al Jazeera, the island, comes from. Where is the island here? Is this the island? You know what they're referencing. That's why they put this train at the shatra of this Masjid al-Haram. It's in a sacred land. I'll show you at the end what it looks like. So as I mentioned, just like on the Mars map, they show you truth in plain sight in these fake images. Many of the kind of globe skeptics really discount how much they show you. These are images of Saturn. Okay, they take and they put them on the website. Some of them they've taken off since I've shared, last year when I was looking at this. Look at this. A Titanic mission, the New South and the Old North, Baghdad and Cairo. This is on the moon of Saturn. Okay, and think about the word moon. Moon, mundi, moon, monde. Does not sound like world. The word for world, mundo. Monde, mound, a place where you settle, like a mound, like mountain. Those are all related. The mount. Look at this hexagram here around this center. This is from Jupiter's South Pole. Okay. They tell you in plain sight because they know nobody's even close to the true story. This is a new type of instrument designed to address that view the Earth with cameras pointed at 9 different angles, and it's called Misr. Misr, the Arabic word for Egypt. You gotta wonder. Okay, so when you look at what they tell you about the Arctic, there's this ridge. There's a ridge that goes right smack dab in the middle along this midline between the western continents and the eastern ones. Okay, and it goes through Iceland. It's called the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. You can see the formations they show you around this ridge. Submarine ridge located along the floor of the Atlantic Ocean. We have no idea what is waiting for us all around the unseen parts of the world, like the ocean floor. Okay, they say it made 24 million years ago. It marks the boundary where the North American Eurasian tectonic plates meet and separate. This is what it looks like. It is absolutely massive. And the interesting thing is, there's another ridge, and this one spans across the Arctic, like this, from Greenland, basically from, Russia to east to west in a way. Alaska and this are kind of parallel to this line. This Lomonosov Ridge is quite interesting, to say the least. And you can see the shape that they put on the ocean floor. It's apparently the longest chain of mountains in the world. An undersea mountain range spanning 40,000 to 60,000 kilometers. This is around about the diameter of the world that we live in. Okay? Beneath the wastes of the Arctic, a tug of war. This is what this war will be about. That's why I'm making this video. I debated for a long time and I had to put everything together, seeking this sovereignty around the North Pole. According to Denmark, the mountain range is blah blah blah, extension of Greenland, Russia, Canada. They all have claims on this area. Oh, sorry, the mountain range stretches more than 1,700 kilometers. My mistake. So, you can see it on the most popularly used flat map of the world, the Mercator projection on the spinning globe. The plastic axle covers it up. What's interesting about this is the Soviets were the first to make expeditions there using sonar. It's one of the most poorly charted areas in the world. Not everyone can go up there. And they have to use icebreakers to actually study the seafloor there. What's interesting about this is inside the ocean floor, they found something unexpected. A layer upon layer of fine lines, much like tree rings. You know what tree rings are like? Those basalt columns. Okay? Thousands of years to form, whatever, the same kind of thousands and long time. Let me find if there's anything else. The sovereignty of the Arctic is the #1 priority because something is up here of great importance for the end game. 50,000 square nautical miles around the pole. The 3 nations claim the Arctic seabed, arcing around this center, this middle end. Planted a flag at the North Pole seabed the year before. Yeah, this is the image. Okay. Let's go back. You can see this, there's a ridge here. Then there's that ridge I mentioned. There's some kind of a circular, I don't know. It's very strange how they made this basin. Okay. Now, what's interesting is that Antarctica has a lot in common with what we call the Arctic. A lot in common. And Antarctica has a lot in common with Mars, the features on Mars as well. I'm going to show you. So it says here, Denmark claims an Arctic region 20 times its size. It's pretty vast. I'm not sure how big it is because, again, these nations are inflated around the pole, okay, around this middle ground. But what's interesting is that Norway actually runs, as of February 2024, the world's southernmost base station, its internet. And it's a Norwegian company called Telenor. And it's operated from the world's northernmost base station on Svalbard. So Svalbard is right here, and that internet communications, I think telecommunications company, operates Antarctica, which should be on the most farthest land on the globe from here. Notice they made the Arctic Circle 66.6 here, right? Strange, that would be kind of a bad thing. Not very economical, unless it was a lot closer. Antarctica was a lot closer to what we call the Arctic. Then you have this thing called Al-Eika. I mentioned that Eika has to do with Median. So where is this Eika? If Median is where we live. No one's ever seen it because no one's allowed to go up at a certain latitude. Al-Eika. What do we get? Al-Eika and the people of Shu'aib. Okay? Ashab al-Eika is used way more in the Qur'an than Ashab Median. But you know it's them because this companions of the wood is in Shu'aib's story. They say it's around the Sinai Peninsula. The Sinai Peninsula is right next door. I mean, it's basically next to Egypt, to Masr. Sin, the Sin, Niya. The people he was sent to used to worship the Eika, a type of tree. It's a singular tree. Sometimes they say it's a collective of trees. I would say it's a singular tree. Some people say it is a twisted type of tree which has an odd shape. Okay. When you look at this word Eika, what comes to mind? If it is a tree, Eika. Oak. Have you looked at the word for oak, where it comes from? The great oak tree. Elon means oak tree, by the way. If you put that in there. Literally means oak tree. When he visited Israel recently, I think he mentioned that. That's what his name literally means. He's giving you a clue about something very real in the world. But let me show you. I mean, this could be any great tree as well, but let me show you this word oak. Aches, ache, eika, heiga, oak, ache, eke. This is the old way of pronouncing oak. It's a tree. And it has this same appearance. Twisted. Like this. It would be one of the nakhl, fruiting trees with acorns. When you say acre in British, the word acre for a plot of land, acre, acre, it's the same. It's the same here. Acorn, acre, acorn, acorn, oak, even Yggdrasil. They have this ready. I'm going to really highlight this as a major talking point. The deception at the end. If you guys really listen to this, okay, and do your own research, your own due diligence, this deception is very big. You might actually outsmart Shaitan in the end. So, in the military, they put oak leaves as patches, and you know that soldiers are basically sacrifices in this world. They put them with these insignias as sacrificial victims. In Game of Thrones, they go far into the north and they find this type of kind of long tree with red leaves, a white bark, and some kind of stone situated around it. Then you have this show, 12 years currently, about the curse of Oak Island. And one of the promotional posters for it is a skull. The skull is in Arabic called jaljal. This is where the Hebrew word Golgotha comes from, Golgolot, which is in the Bible, in the New Testament, where they say Jesus Christ was crucified. I already told you that nakhl are hardwood trees that, I mean, if you think about it, like so much about this story about the crucifixion, about Yahweh, the return of Christ, the worship of, the Son of God, all throughout the Qur'an. Where do you think that will happen? Where do you think the crucifixion would happen? What do you think X represents, if not death? And even this island, they put this kind of thatched tree in there, along with something I'm going to talk about, this Sirat down. Place of the skulls, Hill Calvary, where they say Jesus was crucified. He was not crucified or killed. Al-Aikati. Ashab al-Aika wa Qawm Tuba'. Shaitan is from Qawm Tuba'. That's his Qawm. He has his own Qabil as well. But that's his Qawm because this is Saba'. Qarya Saba'. Ashab al-Aika is Madian. You ever wonder why Maryam is Surah 19? You ever wonder why 19 is the surah that, or the number that gets all the fame and everything, even though 19 is not mentioned in the Quran, apart from the numbers, but in the words, no. Tis'ata ashar. Ashara, excuse me. You really have to wonder what this island they put on every globe, every person has seen this, where that is and what that means in the world at large. This is the Antarctic modern historical expeditions. This is not all of them, but famous ones. They actually called it the Nimrod expedition. I guess it was named after the ruler that built a tower, and there was Ibrahim was in that story, in Ur or Babylon or whatever it is. But it's interesting that they named it that. The first of 3 expeditions to the Antarctic led by Ernest Shackleton, and his second time to the continent. This is this man right here. He's pictured next to 3 others because these people are in the know. They're actors in our history. And think about what I've been showing you about the nature and position of our world. When I show you this map here, and by the way, this map was taken from online. It's a flat earth projection using a Dymaxion model that aligns, just so happens to align basically the continents from east to west. And look at this deceiver, how he aligned this globe here. Why did he put that there? Unless he's trying to tell you something. South America, like this. This would make something of a line or space where you'd have all these flights going in and out, all around here, all these flights, straight lines. Nobody would go anywhere near. Because remember, this center, you have to, this center is not simply like trespassed on accidentally. Okay, these continents are smaller. These ones are more external. That's why they're bigger. So they're just flying around like there's nothing going on here and there. It works perfectly fine. You go back here. This shape is going to turn out to be very significant in our future. Very significant. It already is. Look at what they called Ross Island, named after this individual, Sir James Clark Ross. I told you what Ross means in Arabic. He discovered on Antarctica, I guess, the Ross Ice Shelf, named after him. Notice how that's just the ice part. That's not even on the land. That's where the island is, on the ice shelf. He called it the barrier, the Great Ice Barrier. I wonder why. The Mystic Barrier. And look, Mount Erebus, Antarctica's second highest volcano, is actually on Mars. It's on a picture of Mars. They named a volcano on Mars after a volcano in Antarctica. I wonder why. The Antarctic expeditions have all these flags. This letter hides a pyramid in there with a small triangle. And you can find the back of the world reserve currency, Masari, which is currency in Arabic. The letter A stands for Antarctica. The semisphere represents the area below the Antarctic Circle. And the hands represent human protection of the environment. Okay. This is the emblem of the Antarctic Treaty System. Do you notice that it looks just like the UN nations map? Do you really think these are just grains of wheat? They could very easily be oak leaves. They look similar. They look similar to this. Eika. Here, right here, in the center of Median. Can't prove it, but these are just my thoughts. If you don't like them, then okay, continue on with whatever, floats your boat. These are flags of Antarctica. This one is supposed to be a redesigned, modern proposal that's awareness of microplastics. To me, what it suggests is maybe this formation of coral, because microplastics in the ocean, and when you think about it, this would be represented on the moon. It doesn't have land connected like us. Like it doesn't have the same configuration as the human world. Now look at this. The flag of the United Nations, proposal, of course, 666, 1996. It used the flag of the United Nations as a model to symbolize neutrality. The flag was inspired by the emblem of the Antarctic Treaty System. This and this, you just juxtapose them. Where do these lines draw from? That's the missing part. That's what nobody has really just put together. It's been right there on every map. This is the International Council for Science Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research. And guess what they called it? SCAR. Exactly like the scar on Mars. Valles Marinaris. SCAR. Okay. Here's another proposal for a flag. It has two pyramids, one up, one down. It's actually not too far from how the mountains in that area would be, similar to that, pyramidal. And imagine that Jannah also has, that's a different discussion, but Rhoesia as well. Evan Townsend in 2018, the long days and nights at Antarctica's extreme latitude in the center, a lone white peak erupts from a field of snow and ice, echoing those of the bergs, mountains, etc. The long shadow it casts forms the unmistakable shape of a compass arrow pointed south. Okay. The two center shapes create a diamond, symbolizing the hope that Antarctica will be a center of peace, discovery, cooperation. And here they have this in the geographic south marker. Whether that's the geographic south marker or not, it makes no difference. I'm just giving you a rundown on this. We can look at the flags here. This diamond here, in the Southern Cross. There's a lot of research to be done on the stars and how the stars complement this understanding from the Quran, because the stars are guidance. So you would expect that they have this, at least in the North and South Hemisphere, there's something major hiding about the stars. Don't think for a minute that those constellations have anything to do with reality, given the fact that constellations in the Quran are just towers, and that's not what we see when we just connect randomly a bunch of dots. But that's a whole other thing. Arc. What is an arc? Around in a circle. Arctic circle. They even put a circle around this continent. Another circle around it. Circles. These are not simply imaginary lines. There are circles in the universe. Ouch! Arch. It's also pronounced arc when it talks about archangels. Arc, Nuh. You're going to find a lot of similarities with Mars and Antarctica as well. Ark, a vessel, something that holds, retains knowledge. Archive. Arcane, something very old, misunderstood. Arsh, this is the arch, the roofs or trellises of the worlds. Antarctica, Antarctica, Antarctica. The T is just not pronounced. Antarctica, Antarctica. The K sound has changed whatever way you spell it. Arc, arch, arc, arsh. It's used liberally in other languages. Antarctica. Around the arsh. You really have to wonder where it is. These are other Antarctic emblems. You have these mountains, tract of mountains, exactly like you would expect from the Quran, blocking the way. And that's why a lot of these expeditions are just theatrics, like exactly the same theatrics about colonizing the moon, colonizing Mars. There is no way they can access any of these places, full stop. They just have to give you the idea that they're working on it, and when it becomes available, all hell will break loose. Now, this is why I'm making this video. Qaf. Remember, that's an enclosure. Okay? This is why the power symbol is a Q. Quwwa means power. Qubba means canopy. Like a top-down view of the heaven canopy around the earth. Waqt means time. This is really powerful that it's surrounding time, because the qaf is in the middle. Waqf, I told you, is stopping. Waqf. The word for stop, non-stop signs in Arabia is qaf, qaf. Around. Qaf is a surah of the Qur'an regarding what? The number 50. Surah 50 is a dimension of the measure of our world. And then you have this kaf. This is a K. I just turned it around to show you what it's showing to you. The words middle, markaz, middle. Kaf, ka'as, cups, like the ones passed around Jannah, is the thing that holds volume. So qaf is a container, kaf is the thing that's contained. Makan, space, waqt, time. Makkan, enablement, makkanna, we established for Yusuf. We enabled Dhul Qarnayn. Makkah. It's a very powerful one because it's a shadda on that kaf. Bakka. That was delivered from Makkah if you watch this series. Aika. That's a middle as well. A middle of our world, which has so much of a role to play in the end times. Kaaba also has a kaf in there as well. Look at all of these Antarctic flags, the Bird Antarctic Expedition. I mean, clearly there's things they're telling you, okay? When they show you this, right? Where is this? Is this actually in our world, or is this somewhere here? Would it be here, maybe? I don't know. Time will tell. But clearly this shape answers so many missing links. Interesting that the 50th anniversary commemorative flight of Byrd's, Admiral Byrd's historic flight over the South Pole is in November. This is supposed to be a station the Americans have near the South Pole, or at least, you know, managing Antarctica. It's actually administered by America in New Zealand's waters, I guess. And look, it's barely on the peninsula. It's still on the ice shelf. It's just on the coastline. How much of this do we actually inhabit when you talk about these stations? You know how the moon has stations? The moon shows you the Antarctic halves. These are stations. They call them stations, manazil. Here's another Lomonosov ridge to kind of ponder on. This is another representation of it. Here are the three things we're going to talk about at great length on Mars. And here's one to the side. They call Antarctic expeditions a conquest. I wonder why. The conquest of Antarctica, the conquest of paradise, the conquest of Mars, the conquest of Rome. Okay, there's even a place in Antarctica called the Rhone Antarctic Research Expedition. Rhone, Rome. Russia has 200 years of history in Antarctica. The first Russian Antarctic expedition discovered the continent. You know, Russia is extremely close to the Arctic. Like, they basically have some of the closest charted land masses to the Antarctic. Or the Arctic, I should say. I mean, it's exchangeable now. Now, look at this. These are... I mean, think about this. They're showing you in Hollywood. This is representative of the end of the world. This is the name of this presentation. End. Physical end. Also, temporal end. Don't be surprised in the future if you find your way somewhere in this direction. Okay, and you probably will see at some point, Allah knows best what that looks like. This is a film about a documentary about Antarctica. Encounters at the end of the world. This one, a place further than the universe, all about going to Antarctica. This one, interestingly enough, was in Iceland, but originally on the IMDb webpage, before it was updated, it did say Antarctica was the plot before the film was released, the show was released. Disney Plus, of course. Remember this collection of 3 mountains, and this one off to the side. Because it's right here. Have you guys ever seen this before? This is what this island is that was first discovered in Antarctica in the ice shelf in the late 1800s, apparently. That's a very weird shape, and it's all covered in ice. Nobody has seen it this way. This is where they go to. And this island, it basically looks like a creature. You have this head, you have this leg, you have this breast, you have this body. It is literally a creature just there, resting on its feet. Okay? They made sure to put a cross here as well, not to hammer in the whole, like, you know, crucifixion and Christianity. But what's interesting about these ice shelves is even the ice shelves themselves have the same pattern. This long, kind of large cerebral type. This long, skinny coastline. These are the ice shelves there. Mainly the ones that they go, the Weddell Sea and the Ross Sea. The Weddell Sea is where all the South American, Western kind of exploration happens here, right here in Weddell Sea. They just go to the ice shelf here along the coastline and back. Here, this is where New Zealand, Australia comes here. Why not go to the other side? I'm not aware. I'm not aware. I mean, there's so much hidden about Antarctica and nobody can deny that. The question is, what is it? Look at this. This is called a globus cruciger. And what it is it's basically showing you how the medieval and our forebears understood the division of the world. Yes, they put it as a sphere. But you have to understand, like, from top down, you see that there is some kind of, like, divide between the east and the west, and there is some kind of a line beneath which it's like a barzakh, it's like a long tract of land, there plain as day. These lines are on the coat of arms of the British royal family, the United Kingdom. It also resembles the lion here. It's not simply a lion. This is a creature like, you know, associated with what you would call Yahweh in the Bible. Okay. More of a chameleon in a way. And this actual crest is on the flag of that opening, that castle. Everywhere. There's apparently the Disney crest for whatever reason. When you think about Antarctica as 2 halves, they literally tell you, this is a word in Russian, polinya. This literally means half line. And this is what they call the pack ice in Antarctica. Polinia. Half the line. What is it with this line? And if you're not shocked already, okay. Remember I was talking about Mars. 3 mounts, 1 here. This is what they show you of Ross Island, okay? This is called Mount Terror. The middle one is called Mount Terra Nova. This one's called Mount Erebus. These are volcanoes. And this one is the name of a mount on Mars as well. This one is called Mount Bird. If I go back and show you, let me just get to the link. Now you can see this. 3. 3, 1. This is the official flag for that expedition. Okay, Shackleton's flag. 3, 1. 3, 1. I'm going to tell you right now, there is no coincidence. This is called Peacock Mountain. Okay? And there's no coincidence. This is called Mount Olympus, the Mount of the Alam. I mentioned this in part 5. Here's your Trinity. This is called Biblis. Biblis. Like the Bible, like Iblis. And this is called Mount of the World. Let me show you. You have the same, it just, you really have to question, why did they name this Peacock Mountain? This middle one here. En route to this, the Mount of the World. Waiting. Okay? This represents something. This could very well be represented somewhere in our world. We're the middle Midian world. You have this one as well, and this one as well. It just microcosms, macrocosms the whole way through. And this is the goal. This peacock. I mean, there's no coincidence. Originally, it was called the middle spot, Tharsis Montes. It makes it the ideal terminus for a space elevator. What is a space elevator, you ask? This is a concept in science called a space bridge, a star ladder, a orbital lift, a type of planet-to-space transportation system beyond geostationary orbit. You see that this is in Tarsus Montes. Tarsus Montes. There is a famous character that most of the New Testament is attributed, called Paul. And Paul lived in Tarsus. His name was Saul. In Hebrew, that's Sheol. Sheol is the name of the underworld in Hebrew. And Paul is basically in Greek, Paulus or Iblis. That's why he's called Paul the Apostate or Paul the Apostle. He's the one who spread the teachings of Jesus Christ and salvation through blood and the crucifixion of Christ. This one here. Biblis. Biblis, Biblios, Biblos, Iblis, Biblis. Paun is the name of peacock in many languages, like a peon or pawn of Allah's plan. You can also derive fawn as well from that as well. Satyrs are fawns. Satan, satyrs. That's what they depict the Krampus figure in Christmas time, as a fawn or satyr or goat-like personage. This is a blown-up version of that, and you can just see how tall these mountains are told to be. This is the highlands. This red part right here is the tallest part of Mars. Olympus Mons is the tallest of the 4 here. They say that Olympus Mons is a result of many thousands of highly fluid basaltic lava flows that poured from volcanic vents. Capable of erupting enormous, they're basically basalt volcanoes. This is what basalt formations look like tree rings mentioned at the Lomonosov Ridge in the Arctic. They talk about a space elevator or star bridge or a rainbow bridge. We have a version of that told to us in our world. This is a tree called the rainbow eucalyptus. This is not painted. This is exactly its bark. There is a tree somewhere in the world this is alluding to with these indications of the unseen in our world. Eucalyptuses are some of the tallest trees in the world, mainly in Australia for some reason. And this one is the only tree possible that has this very colorful, like fluorescent pattern over its bark. The word eucalyptus means good coverage. Some of the names for eucalyptus trees are very interesting, almost as they suggest that there are trees way, 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 way taller that could very well be some kind of a bridge above, like what they have here in science. And yeah, there's nothing that surprises me anymore when it comes to the mythology. The Qur'an telling you the sirat that you walk upon, a tariq, talks about the samawat, the fara' of the branches of the tree in it. The Martian dichotomy I mentioned before, half land, half coral reef, half water. I wonder why. Maybe this is just showing our place in it, because, you know, to get to this place, you would need to cross a vast distance of ocean. It makes sense. Just like you would cross a vast distance of ocean to reach Jannah, you would cross one here in this microcosm on the 2D plane. Don't forget this, because this is the navel. I'm not saying this is a picture of it, because it's not even a photograph, but they need to represent it somewhere. They need to save this information in full view, because they know what it represents. It even looks like a belly button. Batni Mekkatin. Yep, that's right. This is called a caldera. This is Olympus Mons. I mentioned in stream 5, or Makkah part 5, that Olympus means alim, alim. In Hebrew, it's olam. The MP is just added. The P is added. Os is an ending in Greek. It looks like that. And there's this little part here. I remember they didn't show the actual tree because that would be too weird. But this is very high compared to the rest of the land. The highest mountain officially in the world today, in every textbook, is this one. Why do you think that is called the mountain of the gods? The mountain of the messengers that were confused with gods, confused with angels. The Mount of the world, Mount Olympus, the tallest structure from the creation, officially. And it forms this caldera. Notice what you see here, a circle here and a circle here. Is it just a coincidence that Hajj has... We don't see the Kaaba as well, because obviously they can't show any kind of civilization going on there. Even though people used to believe there was a civilization on Mars, reputable scientists. They would make tawaf in Saudi Arabia between, if they actually set it up the correct way, between Al-Marwa, As-Safa wal-Marwa. Caldera is the word for cauldron. This word actually comes from the word qudur. This is something that Suleiman is tasked with building versions of his own. Let me find it. 34:13. They worked for him what he willed, from mahariba wa tamathila wa jifanin kaljawabi. Are these cooking pots? Really? They call them cauldrons, but you could just say volcanic formations as well. Volcanoes structured like mountains. Qudurin. Things that I don't even know what to describe it, but the fact that they use this word for these formations exactly like this, it says a lot about what's going on. As-Safa wal-Marwa min sha'ir Allah man hajja al-bayta aw i'tamara yatawwafa bihima, by them both. So, they say the colorized topographic map of Olympus Mons and its surrounding aureole. This word aureola is related to salat. Just watch my live stream 7. It's something they covered all of the messengers with. A radiance, a crown. When they enter al-Masjid al-Haram, it says, يَتَدْخُلُنَّ الْمَسْجِدَ الْحَرَامَ إِنْ شَاءَ اللَّهُ آمِنِينَ. This is said about Misr as well, by the way, in Yusuf. مُحَلِّقِينَ. This is not having shaved. These are people. مُحَلَقَ. حَلَّقَ. You could say the word حَلَقَ means shaving. رؤوسكم مقصرين لا تخافون. Let's look at this root حلقة. To shave the beard, height, tendril, shaving, throat, galat, back of the throat, pharynx. Okay, good. Ring, earring, link in a chain, ring, circle, muhalliqeen. Okay, halqata. This is what you call people studying the Qur'an in a circle. Halaqa is what's an episode of a series. Seminar, ring, arena. Installment, ringlet, disc, market, ring, Egyptian. Annular, ring shape, circular, cyclical. Haliq, shaved. Hairdresser, okay. Halaq. Think about this. Hallaqa, to make a circle around the middle, around the center. Circle in the air, even. To make round, ring shape, surround, encircle. Encircling here. This is why they call this about this line mariner, Valles Marinaris. The expeditions to Mars is Viking, a ship like Nuh, Viking 1 and 2. The word Viking is originally called Vilkens, Filik. That's the word for Nuh's vessel called Fulk. Olympus Mons lies at the edge of Tarsis, bulge, formed by the end of the Noachian period. They call this period of Mars Noah's period. They even name things on the planet Mars: Oculus, the eye; Syrtis, the hourglass sea. That's the original name of Syrtis Major. The Atlantic separates the old continent from the new. They had canals on Mars. People used to believe they were canal builders on Mars. There was a civilization on Mars, if you look it up. This has apparently been disproven. Masir. What does Masir mean? Misr. From Sayr, to reach. This is the destination, brothers and sisters. Masir, Misr. That's why they're obsessed with Mars. Colonize Mars, occupy Mars. This is the way the believers ascend. This is where all the rituals will happen. Safa and Marwa, no problem with the rituals. They just have to have their correct context so you don't fall into Shaitan's trap. Discovery was the name of an expedition to Mars. Discovery was the name of the ship that went to Antarctica. Antarctica is just a gatekeeping about Mars in our history. The Arctic has Amundsen Sink, named after Amundsen, the explorer from Norway. Amundsen Station in Antarctica, another connection. Arctic Lomonosov Ridge. There's also a crater called Lomonosov Crater on Mars. Erebus Mountain on Mars, Mount Erebus of Antarctica on Ross Island. Discovery expedition to Antarctica, discovery program of Mars. Ross Island, the Antarctic treaty flag, the center of the UN map. And of course I mentioned the SCAR on Mars and the SCAR Antarctic Research Program. Then it brings us to Shi'ra. Shi'ra. Sirius. Allah is called Rabb al-Shi'ra. That's one ayah. Huwa Rabb al-Shi'ra. This was a star, they say, in the tafsir that was worshipped by some of the pagan Arabs. I mentioned before that the stars could possibly be projected from that center around Al-Masjid al-Haram, Mecca, and that's why we see so many of the same patterns here. Do you see this? These three belt stars of Orion? Does that not remind you of this? Of this? Three belt stars of Orion, Sirius. Okay? And this is really interesting because Shi'ra, they put on this flag. They say this is Ursa Major. This is the flag of Alaska, by the way. Al-Aqsa, Alaska. Then they have an extra star here because there's supposed to be 7 stars in a Little Dipper. They say this is Polaris. They separated it from the Little Dipper. And they put the Big Dipper here. But it could just be that there's another star hiding behind Polaris. Because Misr is in the direction absolute north from us. Okay? That's why they say Polaris A and Polaris B. That's why they say Sirius A and Sirius B. Sirius is called the dog star. That's because that place, under that star, this one, the second star to the right, this is Polaris. Every Disney film opens with this, from Neverland. This is Sirius. 8-pointed star. Ash-Shi'ra. In Arabic, we call the star we see today Ash-Shi'ra al-Yamaniyya. The southern star. The southern Sirius. Well, what if there is a Sirius B? From point A to point B. That's just hidden. Because these things, as they're projected out from the center, the stars start to overlap. And depending where you are in the world, you see different patterns from your vantage point. So as I mentioned, this is this constellation of Orion, and this is Sirius. Sirius is the brightest star in the night sky. Okay? Shi'ra has a lot to do with perception, symbols of Allah. Sha'air Allah. What? As-Safa wal-Marwa. The Mash'ar al-Haram. This is supposed to be a sacred grove. Arafah. Where is this talking about? There's no way this is in Saudi or anywhere. No way it's in Yemen. It's related to, in the Quran, Sirius. Huwa Rabbu Shi'ra. Sirius, the brightest star. Imagine how much brighter it is over there, across the sea. Free Palestine. From the river to the sea. The diamond. I'll talk about this maybe in another idea. I just put it there. Do you know what they translate Orion as? They translate Orion as heaven's light from Akkadian. Orion as just the constellation Orion, and then the third one, so bizarre, a fabulous Indian bird. That's what Orion means. I wonder where this Aryan philosophy comes from that divides Beni Adam into different races against each other when they're all from Beni Israel, at least in this world pond. I wonder what fabulous Indian bird. I wonder what peacock mons directly lying in wait before Mount Olympus. I wonder what that is. Orion. The 3 belt stars before this. The 3 pyramids in Cairo, which is named after Mars. They built those to reflect the reality. The Freemasons. They say it means to shake in Greek, to sparkle, to gleam, to be excited. And the dog star. Now you see why God and dog are chosen as inversions of each other. I've mentioned this in Ashab al-Kahf, Surah al-Kahf, Surah 18. Where do you think that dog is? Is it even really a dog as we would understand? Maybe something similar, but certainly something more profound. You just rearrange the root of sha'r, you get shara, sharia. The law, the ordinances start to apply. I wonder why. Arsh, rearrange again, around the arsh. Arsh is directly above the center of this plane. Has to be. Arj, ascension, because sheen and jim together. Ashara, the collective. 10. 1 and 9 as a collective. Shi'r, password, watchword, ensign, device, mark, signal, battle cry, war cry. I wonder why. These are ayahs from the Quran to suggest this island has gone through a lot. And obviously the haram is protected. But that place probably is scarred from what's happened in the past. What will happen in the future? Juruzan, barren. Let's look at this ayah. Again, Surah 18. Surah Al-Kahf. وَإِنَّا لَجَاعِلُونَ مَا عَلَيْهَا صَعِيدًا جُرُزًا. This word, pay attention, this is a ground. This is a plain. A surface, a plain. Not soil. That's trab. Juruzan, barren. Another one, al-juruz. You go to the root. A barren land, we bring thereby crops, so the water will bring everything back to life. Then you'll have the hour. Okay, watch my videos about the hour for that. Yusirru. Now, think about it this way. This word, jurazan. This word is associated with sa'id, right? Sa'idan. I've mentioned before in other things that this sa'ida is a ground that they say is not, it replaces a garden that was there once upon a time, and what becomes of it is a slippery ice. Zalaqa means slippery, zaraqa means blue. This is ice in the Quran. And when you go back to the word zalaqa, or sorry, saida, it's used for yam. Yam. What is yam? Yam is related to the word for yawm. Yam is a substitute, they say, for prayer. Whatever it is, you're approaching something clearly, right? There's a salat. That's your trajectory. Don't go near it. You are sukara. Closed. Intoxicated. You don't understand what you are at distance, not impure. There is a sabil, Allah, that leads there. Tayammamu sa'idan tayyiban, in place of water. Snow, ice. You now see why they do it with sand? Sand is a cold desert, or sorry, sand is a hot desert, but there's also cold deserts. The biggest desert in the world is a cold desert. Sirr. Let's look at that root. Sirrun, frost. Sarratin, loud voice. Asarru, yusirru, persistence. This is related to Misr. Okay? Sirru asaba harfa. It could be a howling wind, because it's related to a rih, a north wind that's cold. But they put frost here. Look at this. Sarrara, the extended concordance of this root. Sirrin, that's something that's glad. You just exchange the sad and the sin together, and you can see how the meaning is impacted. Sirr, asrar, confidential, secret, private. Surah. So exchange the sad to sin. Remember, the sururin are what's raised for the believers in Jannah. They actually are some kind of transportation there. That's why Isra of Israel is surr. This word means navel, umbilicus, center, belly button, center. Center of the field or courtyard. Okay? Al-Yam I mentioned these ones. Yep. There's no coincidence. And when you go to the word Jazira, Jazeera is the name of this company, Al Jazeera, in Qatar. Qatar is the Aqtaris. Aqtaris samawati wal ardi. Qatar is next to Bahrain, the two seas. That's why they have this vast sea here. You don't see what's beyond the horizon. It's in the shape of a flame related to the salat. That's the direction of the salat. Jazeera, is very interesting because, yes, this means island, but look at what else it means. Algeria, Jazair. Jazara, to slaughter, kill, to sink, fall, drop, ebb, slaughter, butchering, ebb, low tide or low water of the sea. Blood sacrifice, carrots that are pulled from the ground like humans during the resurrection day. Insular, something, islands, islander, island. That's usually what Jazeera means, is island. Slaughtering a camel, butchering, butchery. Where do you think that the war will happen at the end-all be-all? During the hour, it will happen on Mars. Look at the word for diamond. Diamond, Adam, adamant, adamas is the Greek word for diamond. Domination. That's all part of this root. This is all part of the etymology. To conquer. They took the word Adam and Greek and they made it resembling diamonds. Because the constellation they made here is like a kite. If you draw it like this, it's like a kite, Polaris Ursa Major. Kite is a type of bird. They even put a long tail on it. I wonder what kind of bird that is. If you put in the word sha'ra, similar to shi'ra, sha'ra right here, you get this, Macchia. This is Italian, English, Corsican Italian. Macchia. I kid you not. I mean, it's not even hidden. It's there. You just have to do a little digging. Mediterranean type land, Middle Earth. In astronomy, Sirius is called a telescopic binary star, the brightest star visually in the night sky, part of the northern constellation of Canis Major, the greater dog. Why do you think they called the Holy Land Canaan? Canaanites. Canine. There is some kind of a canine type creature there. And I'll show you what it looks like. A single extremely luminous white star, the Winter Triangle asterism. Greek and Roman culture is associated with the flood in Egypt. The flood. You'll find in the Qur'an, if you just look how things are described, there's a similar devastation for Fir'aun and his people. There's a similar devastation with Noah and his people. Tufan is mentioned with Noah. It's also mentioned with Fir'aun. Qam Fir'aun. This is all related. Sha'ar, that this is the place of utmost consciousness, perception, sensation of Allah, the Holy Land. The dog star. Do you really think that's a dog? I mean, I've mentioned before a live stream for what this creature is in great detail. And they put it everywhere. They have to replicate this somewhere. Okay? This star, Sirius, next to these three belt stars of Orion, the hunter. 3 pyramids in a line. 3 volcanoes on Mars in a line. One of them is Peacock. 3 volcanoes on Antarctica. One of them out here. This is very likely the center. This is on the way there. So eventually, somewhere in this life or the next life, it's going to be a wild, wild ride. This is a griffin. Red and white stripes, of course. Peacock insignia, of course. A sphinx is just a griffin. That's all it is. They just took away the bird face. They made it a lion. And a griffin is a bird and a lion at the same time. The peacock etymology or something to do with that is reminiscent of this actual dog. They say in the mythology in Egypt, you cannot enter the way unless you come with knowledge. This creature asks you questions and it guards a very special place, okay, beyond it if you answer correctly. No doubt this dog, mentioned in the Quran, 1818, in its position. You could say that it stretches its forelegs. Could be wings, because these are winged creatures, a sphinx, a griffin as well. But it just so happens that this is the exact image they give you on Wikipedia for this creature. Garafa kalaba. And you think about it, Canis minor, Canis major, Ursa minor, Ursa major. What if that bear is something else? A bear in Arabic is just any creature that walks on the earth. A dawab. So, that being said, let's go on to the international dateline. This is the last part of the presentation. I know it's very long, but I'm glad that you stuck here so far. You can look at any map of the world. Okay. And something becomes apparent once you come here at this 12-hour mark and this 12-hour mark. You're going to find a 13-hour mark and you're going to find a 14-hour mark. It's on some maps here, but I'll show you. Oh, it's right here, the Line Islands. Okay. This is a mess, and they didn't do this on purpose. I didn't have time to cut all of these out, but if you do cut them out, you're going to find some very peculiar imagery emerge. I'll show you at the very end. This is the international dateline. It cuts through north-south, okay, between Alaska and Russia, between New Zealand and all those Kiribati and all those strange Pacific islands that have all these weird time zones. Antarctica has the same problem. It has mainly the time zone 0, Greenwich, okay, so it's sort of in the middle. Then this one is a New Zealand time, like 13 hours ahead, 12 hours ahead of Greenwich Mean Time. It's very extreme, and it makes no sense how they made this up on the globe, no sense. What you have to do is make a map in a circle. New Zealand is the line. It's very, very close to where this line kind of starts. You have to leave enough room for all of these islands. So when I go back to these islands, right? Alaska's here. Russia is here. They are somewhat close, okay? However, you gotta fold out this rectangle from this line. This is the separator line. This is where you fold them out. So some islands will be here, and you can go in between them and US and everything, like Hawaii or whatever. Hawaii is actually named after Yahweh. It's Hawaii, his desire. Ahwa'i, Yahwa. Okay, Hawa is wind, like a breeze or something like that. Phoenix Islands, Kiribati, is what we're going to focus on, as well as the Line Islands. And really, these lands would just occupy this line. You're not going to have a circle of 24 hours. Okay, I wish I could show this. I wish I had a diagram, but you're not going to show a circle except with 24 hours. You know, I know on the clocks it says 12 hours, but here it really demands that because you're talking about plus or minus. You know, it goes 24 hours across from Greenwich Mean Time. There are gates through which the sun passes on this half. You just have to bring all these continents down here. They will fit down here. This will be 12 hours, okay? You can put the 0 mark somewhere, maybe along this line. This is 12 hours behind. This is 12 hours ahead, Greenwich Mean Time, because the UK roughly actually is pretty much in the center of that, on that midline. Then what about this one? These are all the other hours, up until 24. Nobody has been in this ocean. This is the ocean you have to cross to actually make Hajj. And it's not going to happen until the very end, but that's for another video. Point is that Shaitan knows very well how this world works, how it looks like, and that's why he's waiting. That's why these things are mentioned as Kiribati. You see these vessels? This is recorded already. These ships, they go way into the Antarctica. This is just on the maps. We don't know exactly where they go. Way into there. They're registered in Kiribati. Kiribati is this tiny set of islands. Right here, the Line Islands. Phoenix Islands. That's Kiribati. Midway Island, Phoenix Islands, Line Islands. What does that have to do with Antarctica? Why would they be registered there? They have it's because there's something near to that place nobody has crossed. The island straddles the equator and the 180th meridian, making Kiribati the only country in the world located simultaneously in all four hemispheres, northern, southern, western, eastern. Explain to me, how can you have 14 hours plus on a 24-hour clock system? That means this is further out than all of these time zones, and they're not even made correctly. That means these are all arbitrarily drawn for a reason. The international date line, you think about why they named it that, goes around Kiribati and swings far to the east, almost reaching 150 degrees, blah, 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 blah. They call them the Gilbert Islands. I'm going to show you they're the Qaribat Islands. They're close to the actual line. The line goes straight in the middle of our world, the actual equator. This is the line. This shape is oddly drawn, and this has taken years for them to finally agree on this shape. This side is east, this side is west. All I did, and this, by the way, these are all coral islands. So when you start going more north to the Pacific, basically, it's actually the Pacific is like half of the globe. Now you know why, because the north half of this is Pacific, and these continents are down further down in the Atlantic. Why? Because it just reflects the bigger picture for the jinn and the ins. That's why these are all coral islands, all of them. The ones that aren't are probably closer to these land islands, but these ones are all coral atolls. This one is called Midway Islands. They call it in Hawaiian Guaihelani, the backbone of heaven, the loud din of birds. The Windward Islands. Ile du Vent. Which wind is that? And why was the Royal Society, this Rosicrucian society that has Noah's Ark in the background here, wherever this is, why are they the ones gatekeeping all of this? Why are all the colonial powers in charge of all these islands? The British, the French, the Americans, the Japanese. Why? What is beyond this? Atolls, Midway atolls. Look at this. Kiribati, Phoenix. Line Islands, Hawaii, New Zealand, very close. And this has to be a straight line, folks. It has to be. Easter Island is right on here. This is a land-based one. And interestingly enough, there's only flights going from Chile to Easter Island, just like there's only flights going from Ecuador to the Galapagos. Why? Because this is not near these islands. They're not. You can't get a direct flight anywhere from here to these other parts, even though it looks a lot closer. This island just has no explanation whatsoever. They just happens to be in the shape of a triangle, and you have like these heads that, I mean, could very well show us signs of the unseen of what kinds of humans are out there. Big ones like this, maybe we were bigger in the past, and little kind of smaller ones, smaller proportions like this, smaller kind of compacted skulls and bodies. I wonder what that is. Moai. So this is what I did. I took this entire line, and I just cut it. I just cut it straight down the middle, and this is what you get. The line. Remember Saudi Arabia? They had this project called the line. I wonder why Arabia is the one with the line. I'm going to walk you through this. And this is profoundly interesting to me because there's no way that this is an accident, especially when they arbitrarily did all of this to show something. So let's say you take the actual circle of the Earth and you split it down from north to south, right in the center where that international line would go down. What are you going to find? You're going to find mutually opposite halves. And this is what it is. I've taken the liberty to label this for you. This is the shape of a tree. This is the shape of maybe an underground tree or some kind of a different thing, maybe a well, I'm not sure. This is the lock to this key, and that's why Tub'a, and Ashab al-Aika are mentioned together. This is where we live. This is all we've ever known. There's a whole ocean between us and this. These are roughly bilad, okay, in the center, cross section. We don't see on the edges, right? Because it's just the cross section of the terrain. Yep, that's right. They showed you the terrain secretly on every globe and map in the world. They know. This aligns way too perfectly. I didn't have to do much to put this out there. And yeah, the cuts are not the same. I kind of had to blur out the background so you can see just these features. This is Median right here. Okay, this is the land. It's in half of Median. There's a center part here. And then there's sea. And notice how it's a little bit dips down a bit. Maybe there's a waterfall. I'm not sure. This is absolute south. I don't know what's this. Maybe this is the Valley of the Ants. I'm not sure. Then you have a trench here. Okay, Mariana's Trench. Maybe they named it after Maryam for a reason. Clearly has to do with water. Maryam has to do everything to do with water. In every language, Maria, Miriana, has to do with water, sea. Cross that, then you get these mountainy tracts. And this is a cross section. This is just one example of it, however tall they are. Then you get Mecca. This is the city of Mecca right here. This is Misr. In between, this is in the Barzakh, basically. This is in the sacred holy land protected on either side. Okay? Aqtar wa hudud. Hudud Allah, Aqtar Allah. The jinn and the ins just can't go to and fro as easily. The question is, how do the jinn interact with us on this side? Maybe from a distance. He sees you where you do not see him. That's all they can do, perhaps. Al-Hijr, here. Okay? Misr. This is a shatra. It even aligns the shatra. And by the way, all I did was I just took this piece, okay? And I took this piece. And I put it where it would naturally be, this line, centered. And this is what you get, a cross-section of the world. Here's the coral. Here's the sea. This is uncanny. Yathrib, Arras. And to make it even more clear, since I'm almost out of time, if you take this and you take this, and just bring them together, make this tree on top of this little root system, okay? You get Misr, the Holy Land, but more features. More of it. This is more. This is Sirat al-Mustaqim. This is the tree. Up. Going up. Has to be. There's a version of everything. This is Sirat al-Jahim. Al-Marwa. As-Safa. Highland. Lowland. The Holy Land. And on the other side of this is just the northern and southern limits of this thing. That literally happens when you align these two features. Yeah, it's just all coincidence. I don't know. I guess he's just really lost the plot, guys. There is something coming for every one of you, for me, and for all of you. Be prepared. Don't listen to the people that tell you what to think. Okay? I'm just providing this as extra evidence. I've done the research, what I am confident with. I can't prove any of this to you. Read the Qur'an and think. Think what there must imply. Barriers of ice. Barriers of stone, earth. Barriers of fire. Barriers of water. They're all here. It's just not all of it pictured. I didn't label everything. Okay? This is on the map. All I did was just, let's see what I get. Let me tell you guys something. The end of the world, the end of the worlds, the end of the realms. There's a trick, there's a catch, okay? There's no reason, there's no coincidence. They follow this solar eclipse in every Disney movie, practically almost every Disney opening I showed you. There's no coincidence. This is one model for the world, for this continent, and this is another model. This just seemed to just align very well. I don't know, this is opportune timing. I've spoken for hours and hours. You guys really have to read the signs around you. Reason. Why is this happening now? 2024. Okay, 24 hours in the clock. 2025, another hour added. Okay, in theory, in its similitude to the grand story the Quran discusses. Ross Island. Al-Aika. What does an X represent? Death, mouth, cross, the thing they put on graves. X marks the spot, a treasure. I'm going to talk about this probably in part 9. If I get to it, we'll see how the world is going by that time. This is the first time they put this within this ring. And I'm not going to spend too much time about it, but just keep in mind the end, okay, is in place and time. What they're going to be fighting over, very likely, is this central area right here. And it's just a little microcosm of this area right here. So just telling you, don't be deceived by all the promises of tons and tons of resources and food and all kinds of living and so much that they will bring people towards, like lambs to a slaughter. Just be careful, be mindful what's going on there. The final experiment on humanity. The final experiment. They've been experimenting the whole time in this modern era. Shaitan and his minions and his traitors from the humans. This will be the final one. They showed you the map of it. It's not just about figuring out the shape. That's obvious. That's obvious from the Quran. What they're trying to do is corral people. Most of them lead them astray because out of ignorance, people are led astray. And that concludes this presentation. In part 8, Insha'Allah, I'm going to show you the time aspect, since this one covered the space. History of humanity, possibly the jinns as well. Genealogy of the humans. Chronology of the succession of the messengers and our ancestors. The calamities that befell them, that we can expect in the future. The civilizations that existed, far greater than ours in this world. The names of those messengers, their succession. The creation, how it's changed in the 6-day period. And more about the cosmology as well, as in this diagram as well. Thank you so much for listening to the longest video so far. 5 hours. Thank you so much for following this channel. It's been 9 months. It's been a blessing. It's been amazing. And to the detractors, I'm sorry, but this is something that has to come to light. Whether from me or from Allah, from His divine decree. I ask Allah that those that heed the words of the Quran, that are vigilant, that are seeking the guidance of Allah truly, of this Quran He sent down, that He guides them to the straight path He guides them to Jannah. And inshallah, may Allah make us of those people. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace.